This audiobook reveals the hidden laws that shape reality, not through effort, but through frequency. You'll discover why your desires haven't manifested, how to shift timelines instantly, and what happens when you stop chasing life and start becoming the force that makes it move. Nothing will look the same after this. In a world driven by noise, distraction, and endless striving, something sacred has been forgotten. Not stolen, not hidden, just forgotten. Like a seed buried beneath layers of cultural conditioning, this power waits quietly beneath the surface of who you think you are, untouched by time and unaffected by circumstance. You were never taught about it in school. No one stood before you and declared, "This is where your real power lives." And so, like most people, you looked outward, for answers, for approval, for permission to become something more. But the truth is this: the very thing you've been searching for outside of you has been silently watching from within. It has never left you. It has only waited for you to remember. You see, you were not designed to struggle, not in the way you've been taught. The idea that success must come from suffering, that love must be earned, or that worth is proven through effort, that is the great lie. The truth is far more beautiful and far more terrifying. You don't need to become powerful. You already are. And everything in your life, every victory, every defeat, has been a reflection of how closely or distantly you've stood from that truth. Reality doesn't form around what you want. It forms around who you are. And who you are is not the version built from habits or social roles. Who you are is not your past, your failures, or even your dreams. It's the awareness behind all of it, the creative force that observes, imagines, and declares. That force isn't human, it isn't limited, it's divine, and it speaks in frequency, not words. Most people go their entire lives without accessing this level of power. They live by reaction, not intention. They try to change the world while forgetting they are the source from which the world arises. And so they struggle, not because they're weak or unworthy, but because they're using someone else's blueprint. You were never meant to follow. You were meant to create. This is the beginning of your remembering. That subtle ache inside, the one that whispers there's more, is not your imagination. It is the signal. The knock on the door, the voice of the Creator within asking you to wake up. Because once you do, you'll never see life the same way again. You'll realize the world isn't pushing against you. It's mirroring you. Every delay, every detour, every breakdown has been responding to your inner state, not your outer actions. And in that realization, the game changes. You stop trying to move the pieces. You become the one who designed the board. This is not about becoming something new. It's about stripping away everything you were never meant to carry, so that what's left is not a version of you, but the original you, the one that doesn't chase, the one that doesn't ask, the one that creates. This is the Creator Code, and it begins with remembering who you really are. There comes a moment, usually quiet, often unremarkable on the surface, when you realize that all your chasing has taken you further from what you wanted, not closer. You try harder, push more, strategize, hustle. But no matter how disciplined or determined, the target always seems to move just beyond reach. The dream stretches like a mirage in the desert, shimmering with promise, but disappearing as soon as you arrive. And in that moment of exhaustion and quiet defeat, something ancient begins to stir. A whisper rises from the silence. You were never meant to chase, only to create. This truth doesn't come from textbooks or self-help cliches. It comes from within, the place you've ignored in your search to make it. The reason your efforts haven't worked isn't because you're broken. It's because you're misaligned with your design. You were not built to run after life, to beg for your desires, or to audition for your worth. You were built to broadcast reality from the inside out. And the moment you remember that, the chase ends. When you chase something, you declare to the universe that you don't have it. That declaration becomes your frequency. That frequency becomes your experience. It's not personal, it's law. And the universe responds not to your desires, but to your dominant signal. So while your words may say, "I want abundance," your energy screams, "I lack it." While your mouth says, "I want love," your vibration declares, "I'm incomplete." And the universe, with perfect accuracy, reflects that signal back to you. But when you create, everything changes. You stop reaching. You start radiating. You don't beg for opportunities. You become the energy that draws them in. Like the sun doesn't ask the planets to orbit. It simply shines. And the light is enough. Creation is not performance. It is presence. It is the silent command of alignment. It is the state where your desires are no longer wishes, but extensions of your identity. You don't try to manifest them. You embody them. You stop trying to become and realize you already are. That shift in consciousness turns the outer world from a battlefield into a mirror, and the reflection can only show what you hold inside. Those who create don't need validation. They carry knowing, and the world rearranges itself around their certainty. This isn't arrogance, it's alignment. It's the quiet confidence of someone who no longer plays the game of seeking. They've moved beyond needing the evidence, because they are the evidence. The moment you stop chasing, reality begins to chase you. The people, the opportunities, the timing, all of it begins to orbit the field of someone who remembers who they are, not because they forced it, but because they aligned with it. You weren't meant to chase dreams like prey. You were meant to breathe them into existence, to sculpt them from vision, to step into them like a home you never left. The power was never in the running. It was always in the remembering. And now you remember. There's a strange pride in struggle. We've been taught to wear effort like a badge of honor, to romanticize the grind, to glorify the pain it takes to make it. The more exhausted you are, the more deserving you must be. The more resistance you face, the more noble your journey. But beneath this narrative lies a brutal truth. Effort is not proof of power. It is often the signal that you are moving in opposition to your true nature. In the quantum world, energy doesn't lie. And when you are aligned with who you truly are, things flow. When you are not, they don't. The friction is not a test. It is a message. Effort, in its most familiar form, is a scream. A scream that says, "This isn't working." Not because the dream is wrong, but because the frequency is. You don't lift reality through force. You align with it through resonance. And when your internal state doesn't match what you're reaching for, effort becomes the gap you try to bridge with action. But no matter how hard you push, the foundation remains shaky. You're building on sand instead of standing in truth. When you're aligned, what felt impossible becomes effortless. Not because the path changes, but because the you walking it has. There's a precision to alignment that makes reality feel like it's collaborating with you, not resisting you. The right people show up. The opportunities unfold with perfect timing. The door opens before you knock, not because you fought for it, but because you matched it. This is not about laziness. It's about efficiency. It's about understanding the laws that govern creation and refusing to operate beneath them. The universe is not moved by your effort. It is moved by your signal. And that signal doesn't come from sweat. It comes from state. the state of knowing, of being, of existing as the one who already has what others are still chasing. Effort arises when you are not yet that version of you, when you're still negotiating with reality instead of embodying it, when you're still trying to convince the world instead of commanding it through alignment. That's the misalignment, the trying, the reaching, the constant doing to compensate for not yet being. Look at nature. Trees do not strain to grow. Rivers don't wrestle their way to the ocean. Everything in creation moves with grace when it honors its design. You are no different. The more you align, the less you force. The less you force, the more you receive. This is not spiritual fluff. It is a law of energetic economics. Misalignment is expensive. It drains. It confuses. It delays. Alignment is efficient. It compels. It clarifies. It accelerates. So if you find yourself tired, burned out, and still stuck, pause. The answer is not to push harder. The answer is to realign. Because in truth, the moment you stop working against what's already yours, it rushes to meet you without resistance, and effort becomes unnecessary, because alignment already did the heavy lifting. You were born into a world that taught you to look outward, outward for value, outward for truth, outward for proof that you are enough. Every system, from education to religion to media, has trained your attention to focus on what's happening out there, while ignoring the only place reality is ever created, in here. And so begins the trap. The illusion that something outside of you must change before you can finally feel safe, free, or fulfilled. You become a seeker in an infinite maze of mirrors, chasing reflections and wondering why nothing ever truly satisfies. The trap of the external world is not that it exists. It's that you believe it exists independently of you, that the world is happening to you, that circumstances are the cause and your state is the effect. But the moment you accept that lie, you forfeit your power. You wait for love instead of being it. You wait for abundance instead of broadcasting it. You become reactive, not creative. And everything around you becomes a permission slip. You think you need to feel okay. But the truth is this: the external world is a screen, a projection, a delayed reflection of your inner state. It is not the cause of your life. It is the echo, your thoughts, your beliefs, your identity. They are the original signal. The world simply plays it back to you with perfect precision. When you forget this, you begin trying to rearrange the mirror instead of changing the face that's being reflected. And so the struggle grows. You try to change people, situations, the economy, the algorithm. You put all your energy into manipulating the outer world, like trying to push clouds into shape with your hands. But the sky doesn't bend to force. It bends to atmosphere. And your inner world is the weather system that creates the sky you walk through. To escape the trap, you must turn inward, not as retreat, but as return. Return to the place where all creation begins. Not the mind that overthinks, but the awareness that observes. Not the ego that reacts, but the essence that commands. When you shift your focus from what's missing outside to what's resonating inside, the game changes. You stop responding to life. You start authoring it. The real world, the one you see, is always late. It's old news. It's a record of who you used to be. If you keep reacting to what is, you keep recreating the same loop. The escape is simple but radical. Stop letting the mirror tell you who you are. Decide who you are, and let the mirror adjust. Your power was never in what you could gather from the world. It was always in what you could radiate into it. The trap is believing the world creates you. The freedom is knowing you create the world. And once you remember this, you don't need to escape anything. You simply rise above it until the maze disappears beneath your feet. Before you ever had a chance to choose who you are, the world began telling you. It gave you names, labels, rules, expectations, all spoken in the language of limitation. Be realistic. Know your place. Fit in. Without even realizing it, you inherited an identity built from other people's fears, and somewhere along the way, you started calling it you. But it wasn't. It never was. What you believe to be your personality is often just a set of responses programmed into you by repetition. That's not identity. That's conditioning, and it has hidden your true nature beneath layers of noise. Conditioning doesn't arrive with warning signs. It comes wrapped in love, tradition, approval, and reward. You learn what gets a smile, what gets you praise, what gets you safety. And so, without knowing it, you begin to trade truth for belonging, authenticity for validation, power for permission. You learn not to ask why you feel disconnected, because being accepted becomes more important than being free. And so your true self begins to shrink, not because it's weak, but because it was never allowed to grow in full view. The creator within you, wild, limitless, magnetic, was buried beneath statements like, "That's not how things work," or "Who do you think you are?" So you dim, you blend, you adapt, and you learn to survive inside a reality that was designed by people who forgot they were creators too. But the thing about truth is, it doesn't die. It waits, buried beneath your habits, hidden behind your routines, whispering through your dissatisfaction. Every time you feel like something's missing, that's not failure. It's your real self knocking, not with words, but with longing, not with clarity, but with friction. The ache you feel is not something gone wrong. It's something waking up. You were never meant to be molded by the world. You were meant to mold the world by your presence. But you can't do that while playing the role you were handed instead of stepping into the identity you were born to remember. That role was built to keep you small, safe, and silent. It was built to make sure you follow the rules of a system that benefits from your forgetfulness. To see your true nature, you have to strip away everything that was added. That means questioning every belief you've inherited, every rule you follow automatically, every identity you cling to just because it's familiar. You don't become powerful by addition. You become powerful by subtraction. What's left when the conditioning falls away is not a new you. It's the original you, the one that doesn't seek validation, the one that doesn't need to prove, the one that doesn't chase anything because it creates everything. You are not here to be what the world needs. You are here to be who you are, because that is exactly what the world has been waiting for. And once you see past the conditioning, you don't need to find your power. You remember it was never lost, only covered, until now. You've been told since childhood that hard work is the path to everything you want, that the hours you put in, the sacrifices you make, and the pain you endure are the price of success. It sounds noble, it sounds honorable, but it's a lie, one built to keep you in motion, but never in power. Hard work by itself doesn't guarantee transformation. If it did, the most exhausted people would be the most fulfilled. But they're not. They're burned out, tired, confused, and still chasing. The truth no one told you is that the universe doesn't respond to your effort. It responds to your energy, to your frequency, to your internal state. That's the signal you're always broadcasting. And no matter how many hours you grind, if your internal signal is scarcity, fear, or self-doubt, the outer world will reflect it right back, again and again. Hard work is not the enemy, but when it replaces alignment, it becomes a trap. You start believing that hustle is what makes you worthy. That struggle proves your seriousness. But in the quantum field, none of that matters. The universe isn't grading you on effort. It's matching your resonance. Like a tuning fork vibrating into the field, your results come from who you are, not how much you do. Inner resonance isn't about passivity. It's about potency. It's the clarity of knowing exactly who you are and radiating that identity into the world without apology. The people who seem to effortlessly succeed aren't lucky. They're tuned. They're aligned with their truth. Their energy speaks louder than their actions, and so the world moves to meet them. When you're in resonance, action becomes inspired, not forced. You don't work to get somewhere. You work as an expression of already being there. That shift changes everything, because now your doing is coming from your being, not trying to compensate for its absence. You're no longer running on a treadmill of tasks. You're walking through doors that open as you approach. This doesn't mean you'll never put in hours. It means the hours become sacred, not sacrificial. Work becomes an extension of alignment, not an attempt to prove your worth. And results flow, not because you earned them through suffering, but because you matched their frequency in consciousness before they ever arrived. That's the truth no one told you. That success isn't earned in sweat. It's aligned in silence. It starts within, with coherence, with presence, with clarity. The external is just the echo. So if you've been grinding and the results still haven't come, pause. Not because you're doing it wrong, but because you may be doing it out of resonance. Come back into stillness. Remember who you are. And from that place, let your action arise like breath, natural, powerful, and true. You were never meant to struggle your way to your dreams. You were meant to stand in them and let the world catch up to your vibration. Every day you make decisions, take actions, and react to situations as if you're fully in control. But beneath the surface, something else is calling the shots. It's not your conscious mind. It's not your logic. It's the invisible operating system running quietly behind everything you do, your subconscious blueprint. You didn't choose it. It was installed, programmed through repetition, emotion, and environment. And unless you update it, it will continue to create the same results, no matter how much you want something different. This hidden system determines what you think is possible, how much you believe you deserve, and what you unconsciously prepare for in every situation. It's why you may set goals and sabotage them. It's why the same patterns repeat even after you've learned the lesson. It's not because you lack willpower. It's because the default programming hasn't been changed. And the truth is, it's not running in the background. It's running the entire show. Most people live their lives responding to what they see, unaware that what they're seeing is simply a mirror of this internal code. You react to reality, not realizing it was born from the script you never wrote, but inherited. The beliefs of your parents, the fears of your culture, the limitations of your past, all coded into the architecture of your subconscious. You call it personality, but it's not who you are. It's who you've been trained to be. That's the terrifying part. But it's also the liberating one, because once you become aware of the system, you can change the code. You can rewrite the assumptions. You can install a new identity that matches who you've always been beneath the programming. Your reality doesn't reflect your desires. It reflects your defaults. It doesn't manifest what you consciously wish for. It manifests what your subconscious expects. If you believe deep down that love leads to pain, you'll block connection. If you believe wealth is dangerous or makes you selfish, you'll unconsciously reject opportunities. Not because you don't want more, but because your system is set to protect you from what it believes is unsafe. And it always wins. Not because it's stronger than you, but because it is you, until you wake up. This operating system doesn't respond to motivation. It responds to repetition, emotion, identity. That's how it was built, and that's how it must be reprogrammed. Not with effort, but with awareness. Not with hustle, but with intention. Until what once felt like sabotage begins to feel like flow. You are not your code. You are the programmer. You are not your patterns. You are the architect. And the moment you stop trying to change your life from the outside in and start updating the system from the inside out, you'll understand why things weren't working before. It wasn't you that was broken. It was the code. And now you have the power to write something new, something aligned, something true, something that finally reflects the real version of you that's been buried beneath layers of automation. Until now. There's something most people never realize about the way life responds to them. It doesn't wait for words. It doesn't respond to goals written in notebooks or affirmations whispered before sleep. It responds to energy, pure, raw, unfiltered frequency. And that energy, yours, is not a polite suggestion. It is a command, not to a person, not to a system, but to reality itself. Every moment, your state is issuing instructions to the universe, not by what you say, but by what you are. You may think you're asking for success, love, freedom, but your energy tells a different story. Maybe it's asking for validation. Maybe it's echoing fear. Maybe it's vibrating lack while your lips speak abundance. But the universe doesn't follow your voice. It follows your signal. And your signal never lies. Your energy isn't a background detail. It's the blueprint. The frequency you carry in your body is what constructs your experience, piece by piece. You can't fake it. You can't override it with willpower. You can't force reality to obey your surface when your core is in contradiction. Energy doesn't negotiate. It reflects. That's why nothing changes when you try harder from a place of fear. That's why effort falls flat when it's laced with insecurity. That's why dreams stay dreams when the energy behind them screams doubt. Because the energy doesn't request. It broadcasts. It transmits. And it always attracts according to what it knows, not what it wants. You see it everywhere. People doing all the right things, but still stuck. They've got the vision board, the discipline, the routine. But underneath, the energy says, I'm not enough. I'm still waiting for proof. I'm still trying to earn it. And so life mirrors that perfectly. Not to punish, not to withhold, but to obey. Because that's how the field works. It doesn't reward effort. It responds to alignment. The moment you shift your state, not your schedule, not your strategy, but your state, everything begins to move. Doors open, emails come, people call, but they're not showing up because you finally said the right affirmation. They're responding to the new broadcast, one that says, without words, I already have it. I already am it. I no longer chase because I've become the thing I was waiting for. This is why energy mastery is the foundation of creation. It's not about faking positivity or forcing gratitude. It's about becoming the vibration of what you desire so completely that reality can't help but organize itself around you. Not because you begged, but because you broadcasted. Your life right now is a perfect reflection of your dominant frequency. That's the hard truth. But it's also the power. Because you don't need to manipulate outcomes anymore. You just need to calibrate your field. You don't need to chase anything. You need to emit the version of yourself that already lives on the other side of desire. And once that signal becomes consistent, your world will shift. Not slowly, not someday, immediately, because energy doesn't wait. It commands, and reality listens. The world you see, the one that feels solid, factual, and objective, is not reality. It's a reflection, a projection, a delayed echo of your inner world. It's not telling you the truth. It's showing you what you've been unconsciously broadcasting. What you see outside is not the cause, it's the result. It's the printout of a deeper, invisible code. But because no one ever told you this, you've spent your life reacting to the illusion instead of rewriting the source. You think you're looking at what is, but you're actually looking at what was. The people you attract, the opportunities that show up or don't, the financial patterns, the relationship dynamics, they are not standalone events. They're feedback. They're responses. They're the universe's way of saying, this is what your frequency has been producing. You're not waking up to reality. You're waking up inside of your own reflection. This is why trying to fix your life by changing the outer world never works. You're trying to rearrange the mirror instead of adjusting the face that's being reflected. You get new jobs, new partners, new homes, but the story feels the same. The emotional tone repeats. The same wounds resurface in different costumes, not because life is unfair, but because the projection hasn't changed. And the projector is you. What's real isn't out there. What's real is what you're being, what you're radiating. That's the source code. That's where all of it starts. But we've been trained to trust the external as more real than our inner world. We believe the numbers, the news, the bank account balance. We let them define what's possible. But the truth is, those are just snapshots. They don't predict your future. They report your past signal. Your energy precedes every event. Your beliefs filter every perception. Two people can stand in the exact same room and see completely different realities because they're not seeing the world. They're seeing their programming. And the moment you internalize this, everything changes. You stop taking circumstances personally. You stop chasing validation. You stop reacting to appearances and start designing your reality from the inside out. You understand that you don't need the world to confirm something before you believe it. You need to believe it so powerfully that the world has no choice but to reflect it back. This is the essence of conscious creation. Knowing that the outer world isn't real in the way you thought. It's flexible, it's programmable, it's alive, and it's always listening to the authority of your inner state. So if what you're seeing doesn't match what you desire, don't panic, don't push, recalibrate, shift the frequency, upgrade the belief, embody the version of you who lives in the reality you actually want, and then watch. Not because you're trying to force it, but because you understand the truth. What you see is not what's real. What you see is what you've been, and who you choose to be next changes everything. Look around. Every detail of your life, your income, your relationships, your health, your opportunities, is not random. It is not fate. It is a mirror, a precise, unfiltered reflection of who you believe you are at the deepest level, not who you say you are, not who you want to be, who you are being. Reality doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your identity, and it reflects that identity back with ruthless accuracy. This is the first law of creation. Reality mirrors identity. Not goals, not affirmations, identity. Because your identity is your vibration. It's the energetic signature you carry without trying. It's what people feel before you speak. It's what the universe reads before it delivers. And most people are trying to change their life while holding on to an identity that cannot create it. They want abundance while still identifying as someone who struggles. They want love while still seeing themselves as unworthy. They want freedom while being emotionally addicted to control. And so the mirror doesn't change, because the reflection always matches the image. You can't cheat this law. You can't outperform who you believe you are. You can hustle, you can grind, you can push your way into temporary wins, but the identity always wins long term, because it's what you always come back to when you're not trying, when your willpower fades, when the mask drops. The mirror doesn't lie, it reflects you, and this is where most people get stuck. They focus on action, not alignment. They try to do their way into a new life without becoming someone new. But the version of you that lives in your dream reality doesn't behave the same, doesn't think the same, doesn't feel the same. And until your internal identity matches the external vision, the universe can't deliver what you're asking for, not because it's unwilling, but because it would violate the law. Your job isn't to chase the outcome. Your job is to shift the identity, from seeker to source, from unworthy to undeniable, from the one who wants it to the one who has it. And once you make that shift, the mirror obeys, effortlessly, not because you forced anything, but because you finally aligned with it. You don't change your life by trying to fix the mirror. You change it by becoming a different presence in front of it. The mirror doesn't decide what to show you. It simply reflects what stands before it. So stop asking when things will change. Ask instead, who am I being that makes this reality inevitable? Because the truth is simple, and it will never change. The world you experience will always rise to meet the identity you carry. Not someday, not eventually, instantly. Because reality is a mirror, and the mirror always tells the truth. The way you've been taught to see life is backward. You've been told the world is something you're inside of, a place made of matter and rules, separate from you, existing out there. And you're just one small part of it, trying to survive, trying to fit in, trying to make something happen in a vast external reality that doesn't care who you are unless you prove yourself worthy. But that lens is an illusion, a beautifully constructed one, and the longer you believe it, the more powerless you feel. The truth is this: you're not in the world. The world is in you. You are not a passive observer of a fixed reality. You are the container, the screen, the projector, and the awareness behind it all. Everything you see, feel, touch, and interpret exists within your field of perception. You do not perceive the world directly. You perceive your relationship to it, and that relationship is filtered through your identity, your expectations, your beliefs, your emotions. The world is not objective. It is coded through you, which means the more you change, the more reality has no choice but to follow. This is why two people can live in the same city, the same economy, even the same household, and yet have completely different experiences. Because it's not about what's out there, it's about what's in here. Reality doesn't happen on a screen in front of you. It happens in the space of your consciousness, and the laws that govern that consciousness shape the world you see, moment by moment. The problem is, you were trained to see yourself as separate. You learned to look at reality as something to navigate, fight, or manipulate. You were taught to respond to life instead of realizing life is responding to you. And so you began to believe the lie, that you're one small person trying to change a massive world. That's the illusion. That's the trap. And that's where the struggle begins. But once you wake up to the truth, everything softens. You don't have to conquer the world. You simply have to shift within. The outer world, as you've known it, is simply the outer layer of your inner reality, like a dream made visible. And just like in a dream, when you change your focus, your identity, your emotional signature, the dream itself shifts to match it. This isn't spiritual fluff. It's the foundation of conscious creation. The world you experience is nested inside the container of your awareness. It expands or contracts, glows or dulls, flows or fights, based on what you hold inside. So if something in your life feels stuck, don't look outside for answers. Turn inward, not to escape, but to reprogram the field from which the world arises. Because you don't live in the world, you live in the reflection of your own frequency. And once you claim that truth, you no longer have to change the world. You only have to change the you that the world is made from. Most people walk through life believing that things just happen. Good luck, bad luck, coincidence, random timing. They shrug and say, "That's life," as if the events unfolding around them are accidents stitched together by chance. But randomness is a myth, one of the most convincing lies ever told, because it keeps you blind, powerless, disconnected from the truth that everything around you is intelligent, precise, responding not to fate, but to frequency. And when you begin to see the patterns, you realize none of it was random, not the heartbreak, not the delay, not even the miracle. Reality is not chaos, it is code, a matrix of responses, perfectly echoing the signal you're emitting at any given moment. The problem isn't that life doesn't make sense. The problem is that you were never taught how to read it. You weren't trained to track synchronicity, to notice repetition, to listen when the same theme shows up across different people, places, or events. But those repeating patterns, they're messages, reflections, feedback loops from the field of consciousness, and they are telling you exactly where you are in your vibration. When something keeps happening, pay attention. When different people say the same thing to you, pay attention. When the same emotion arises again and again in different situations, pay attention. Life is trying to show you the blueprint you've been operating from. It's not punishing you, it's informing you. But you can only decode it when you stop assuming things are just happening and start recognizing they are being reflected. The patterns are the proof that you are not a victim of chance. You are a generator of rhythm, and the rhythm is tied to who you are being. When your identity changes, the patterns shift. When your energy elevates, new rhythms emerge. And when you start consciously noticing the loops you've been unconsciously living in, you begin to choose something else. This is the rise of pattern recognition, the birth of the observer, the creator who is no longer asleep inside the dream, but awake within it, decoding every moment as a message, not a mistake. You begin to see that the universe has never stopped communicating. It's just that you weren't listening. Or you were listening with the wrong ears, waiting for words when life was speaking in symbols. There is an architecture behind your experience, and once you see it, you can change it. Not by force, but by frequency, by becoming the version of you that no longer needs the old loop to repeat, that no longer sends out the same emotional algorithm, that no longer agrees with the story that this always happens to me. Randomness is the myth that keeps you reactive. Pattern is the code that makes you powerful. And once you step into that awareness, you don't just live inside reality anymore. You begin to reprogram it. Not because you have to figure it all out, but because now you see what's been there all along. Life isn't random. It's responsive, and it's waiting for you to read it. There's a moment when everything you thought was real begins to shimmer. A quiet realization breaks through the noise. Life is not a fixed structure you must survive. It is a living interface you were born to shape. You're not walking through a passive world. You're walking through a responsive mirror, coded with intelligence, responding to your every emotion, belief, and expectation in real time. Most people never realize this. They see life as something static, something to navigate, something outside of them. But the awakened state flips that script forever. You stop asking, "What's happening to me?" and start asking, "What am I broadcasting that life is reflecting back?" The moment you enter the awakened state, everything changes. Not because the world changes instantly, but because you start seeing it for what it really is. A feedback loop, a fluid field, a quantum interface that listens to your vibration and mirrors it with absolute precision. No judgment, no delay, no exceptions. In the unawakened state, you live by reaction. You think things just occur, and you scramble to respond. You try to control outcomes with willpower, manipulate timing with effort, and manage people through behavior. It feels exhausting, because it is. You're trying to push life into submission without realizing life is not an object. It's an interface. It responds when you change your input. And that input isn't what you do, it's what you are. The awakened state is not about spiritual enlightenment. It's about energetic clarity. You stop playing the role of victim or even the achiever, and you step into the role of the architect. You realize that life is not asking for your struggle. It's waiting for your signal. That signal is your state, your tone, your self-concept. And when you shift it, the interface shifts with you. A conversation that once triggered you now empowers you. An opportunity that felt distant now arrives unexpectedly. A person who once overlooked you suddenly wants to collaborate. Not because anything out there has changed, but because your interface received a new command. You altered the input, so the display updated. That's how it works. Always. This is the space where synchronicities multiply, where messages appear in conversations, license plates, songs, where the right people call at the right time, and everything starts to feel choreographed, because it is. But it's not fate doing the choreography. It's you, your field, your resonance, your inner alignment dictating the rhythm of what shows up around you. Life is not a maze. It's a mirror with a menu. The awakened state is not about figuring it all out. It's about feeling your way into alignment with the version of life you want reflected. And once you start seeing reality as a living interface, you don't need to control everything anymore. You simply tune yourself to the experience you desire. Not through force, through frequency. That's the awakening. And once you see it, you can never go back. Because now you know the code, and you're finally ready to use it. Most people live their entire lives as reactors. They wake up and check their phone, immediately pulled into the agendas, crises, and expectations of others. They see the news and adjust their mood. They get an unexpected bill and panic. Someone disrespects them and they spiral. Without realizing it, they spend each day responding to a version of reality that was programmed by yesterday's thoughts, beliefs, and assumptions. And the cycle continues. Same inputs, same outputs, over and over. But here's the shift. You were never meant to respond to reality. You were meant to program it. The idea sounds radical until you realize how reality actually works. It's not a fixed structure reacting to your actions. It's a responsive field adjusting to your frequency. The reality you experience today is simply the echo of who you were being yesterday. Your thoughts, your emotions, your identity, they've already been coded into the field. and now it's showing you the result. But instead of reprogramming the code, you're taught to react to the output, to fix what's on the screen instead of rewriting what's on the drive. Reacting to reality puts you in a loop. You make decisions from fear. You overcorrect. You try to manage what's already manifested, forgetting that your real power lives upstream, at the level of consciousness. That's where the programming happens. That's where tomorrow is being written. Not in the external circumstances, but in your internal state. Not in your effort, but in your frequency. You can't escape a reality you're still emotionally feeding. You can't change what's being reflected if you don't change what's being radiated. The more you respond, the more you reinforce it. But the moment you stop taking external reality as truth and start treating it as the output of your own system, you reclaim your role as the programmer. Programming reality isn't about controlling everything. It's about creating from clarity. It means deciding how you want to feel before anything happens. It means broadcasting your truth instead of echoing your fears. It means living as the version of yourself who knows the future isn't something to predict, it's something to emit. Reality is malleable. It is not your boss. It is not your judge. It is a mirror, coded by emotion, amplified by repetition, and shaped by identity. So, if you're tired of reacting, tired of waiting for proof, tired of adjusting yourself to circumstances that don't reflect your truth, then it's time to flip the switch. Wake up each day and write the script instead of waiting for the scene. Speak from the frequency of the life you've already claimed. Move from the energy of what you're becoming, not what you're escaping. This is how reality gets rewritten, not with resistance, but with resonance. You are not a responder. You are a transmitter. And the moment you stop reacting and start programming, life stops echoing your past and begins aligning with your power. There's a line that once crossed, everything changes, and it has nothing to do with action, timing, or strategy. It happens in silence, in stillness, in a moment that no one else can see. The moment you decide who you are, not who you hope to become, not who you've been told to be, but who you are now. That inner declaration doesn't shout, it doesn't beg, it doesn't explain itself. But the moment it's made, the world begins to reorganize. Reality doesn't respond to uncertainty. It doesn't bend to indecision. It waits. Not because it's cruel, but because it's precise. It mirrors, and it can't reflect clarity until you embody it. Not intellectually, not with half-belief, but with total internal congruence. The kind of knowing that doesn't need proof because it is the proof. Most people wait for evidence before they decide. They wait for the money to feel abundant. They wait for the relationship to feel lovable. They wait for the opportunity to feel ready. But that's the backwards formula. It never arrives, because the energy still says, I'm waiting, I'm unsure, I'm not there yet. And life, with perfect neutrality, reflects that message back. But the moment you decide, everything starts moving. Doors open, people call, timing aligns, and it's not because you did more, it's because you finally became more. On the inside. You stopped straddling between versions of yourself and stepped fully into one. The one that matches the life you've been asking for. This is not about pretending, it's about returning. Returning to the version of you that never questioned your worth, your brilliance, your power. The version that doesn't negotiate with doubt or beg for permission. The version that simply chooses and lets the world catch up. Decision is an energetic shift. It creates a new gravitational field around you, one that attracts exactly what aligns with it and repels what doesn't. That's why things fall away when you change. It's not loss, it's reorganization. Life isn't rejecting you, it's rearranging to match the signal of your new self. Think about the most powerful shifts in your life. They didn't come from a to-do list. They came from a moment where you said, "I'm done. I'm ready. I'm not this anymore. I am that now." And without anyone telling you how, you just moved differently, spoke differently, saw the world through a new lens. That's identity in motion. That's the decision that reprograms the field. You don't need to force anything into existence. You just need to decide who you are in relation to it. Because once you do, you no longer chase it. You live as it. And life has no choice but to mirror that version back to you. The shift doesn't happen when you get the result. The shift creates the result. And it begins the moment you choose, fully, unapologetically, finally, who you are. There's a part of you that wants to heal, rise, and create with ease. But there's another part, quieter, more subtle, that resists all of it. That part is the ego, and what it wants, more than success, more than freedom, even more than happiness, is struggle. Not because struggle feels good, but because struggle feels familiar, safe, known. The ego isn't evil, it's outdated. It's built from old pain, old stories, old survival patterns, and those patterns were forged in struggle. So even when peace knocks, even when ease appears, the ego doesn't trust it. It clings to the war. The ego thrives in drama, in resistance, in not yet. It believes that life must be earned through effort, and that worth must be proven through pain. It's addicted to the loop of trying, failing, almost, not quite. Because as long as the struggle continues, the ego has a role to play. It gets to fix, to fight, to be the hero in the story it wrote about your limitations. But here's the twist. The ego doesn't want resolution. It wants repetition. Every time you get close to breakthrough, it whispers reasons to slow down, to question, to sabotage. Not because it hates you, but because it only knows how to keep you alive inside the box of your past. And if ease were to enter fully, if success became natural, if flow became your new normal, the ego wouldn't know what to do with itself. It would lose control. And for the ego, control is identity. This is why even when life begins to soften, something inside stirs with discomfort. You say you want freedom, but a deeper part fears it. You say you want abundance, but the part of you addicted to struggle equates abundance with loss of meaning, or worse, loss of identity. So you loop, you delay, you work harder, not because you need to, but because ease feels unsafe. To transcend this, you don't fight the ego. You see it, you thank it. You witness its pattern without becoming it. You realize that struggle is not sacred, it's habitual. You learn that ease is not laziness, it's alignment. And then you begin to choose again. The version of you that lives in peace, flow, and power doesn't carry the ego's addiction. It no longer needs life to be hard to feel worthy. It no longer needs chaos to feel alive. It lives from a different center, a quieter one, a more honest one. And the moment you shift into it, the addiction begins to break. Struggle is not your nature. It's a story you've outgrown. One written by a version of you who thought pain meant progress and that suffering was the gateway to something sacred. But now you know better. Now you see the loop. And once seen, it can't run the show anymore. You're not here to struggle your way to freedom. You're here to remember you were always free and choose the path that finally reflects it. There's a subtle energy behind wanting that most people never notice. It feels innocent at first, natural. You want more money, love, purpose, peace. You set intentions, say affirmations, visualize outcomes. But beneath all of it, beneath the clarity and vision, lives a quiet frequency that speaks louder than your words. I don't have it yet. And that's where the resistance begins, because wanting, by its very nature, declares lack. It emphasizes separation. It points to the gap between where you are and where you wish to be. And the universe responds not to your desires, but to that gap. When you want something, your focus moves to the future, and in doing so, you leave the power of now. You start imagining how, when, and if. You scan for signs, measure your progress, question your timing, and all the while you're feeding the frequency of absence. You're vibrating with the energy of not here yet, and so reality mirrors it with delays, uncertainty, and silence. This is the paradox that keeps so many stuck. You want the thing because you believe it will free you, but your wanting keeps you bound. You think desire will pull it closer, but it pushes it further away. Not because desire is bad, but because the emotional state you're living in is contradiction. You're asking for alignment from a place of disconnection, and the signal doesn't match. Desire isn't the problem. It's the emotional state that surrounds it. You can want from empowerment, or you can want from lack. You can want as a declaration or as a desperation. One attracts, one repels. The shift happens when you stop living in the wanting and start living in the having, not physically, energetically, emotionally, internally. The version of you who has it doesn't wonder when it's coming. They don't check for signs. They don't grasp. They embody. They radiate a knowing so deep that life responds with obedience. That's not fantasy. It's resonance. The moment you shift your emotional frequency from lack to already, the resistance drops, and manifestation becomes movement. So how do you move from wanting to having? You close the gap in your mind. You feel the result before it arrives. You speak as the one who already lives it. You stop watching the clock and start trusting the current. You make the decision to align your state, not with the hope of receiving, but because the receiving has already happened in your field. And now, it's only a matter of time catching up to your vibration. Wanting is a natural impulse, but lingering in it is a trap. It keeps you in a holding pattern where your dreams remain just out of reach. So release the grip. Drop the emotional tension. Let the desire breathe without needing, and become the one who no longer waits, because in truth, there is nothing to wait for. There is only you, aligned, embodied, and no longer asking for what you've already claimed. Desperation is subtle. It wears the disguise of passion, determination, even ambition. It tells you you're focused, committed, doing whatever it takes. But underneath the surface, its true signal is unmistakable. It says, I don't believe this will happen unless I force it. And the universe hears it loud and clear. Desperation doesn't pull things closer. It pushes them further away. Because at its core, desperation is fear pretending to be drive. And fear is always a repellent frequency. You might think you're taking action from inspiration, but if that action is soaked in anxiety, urgency, and emotional grasping, it doesn't matter what steps you take. The energy overrides the effort. Because creation isn't about movement, it's about state. And desperation is the state of separation. The belief that something you need is far from you, that something essential is missing, that you are not whole without the thing you're chasing. And so you chase harder, you grip tighter, you monitor, beg, pray, and plead. But the universe doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your vibration. Desperation screams, "I am not safe. I am not complete. I cannot relax until this changes." And so reality matches that feeling. It confirms your fear, not as punishment, but as a mirror, because that's all reality is, a feedback loop. It reflects not what you want, but what you are. This is why people who don't try so hard often receive more. It's not because they're lucky, it's because they're not energetically choking what they want. They've created space. Their energy says, "I trust." And trust is magnetic. Trust allows. Desperation interferes. You can want something deeply. You can take bold action. You can move with purpose. But when you begin moving from fear instead of from truth, your frequency shifts. It becomes polluted with doubt. And that doubt wraps around everything you touch. Conversations, projects, relationships. Even your body language starts to transmit the signal of need, and the world picks up on it instantly, even if it can't articulate it. Desperation isn't just unattractive to people, it's unattractive to energy. It causes static in the field, because the universe responds to coherence, not chaos, clarity, not clutter. And desperation is a loud, messy broadcast that confuses the very reality you're trying to create. So what do you do instead? You pause, you breathe, you step back into knowing. You remember that the version of you who already has what you want isn't desperate. They're grounded, clear, certain. That's your blueprint. That's your anchor. You move from that state, not from the scrambling parts of your nervous system that believe time is running out. You don't manifest by clutching. You manifest by embodying. You don't attract by needing. You attract by being. Desperation is the energy of disconnection. So reconnect to self, to truth, to trust. Because the moment you drop the need, everything starts moving. Not because you chased it, but because you finally became the version of you who didn't have to. Every result you see in your life, every pattern, every relationship, every dollar in your bank account began as a belief. Not a surface thought, but a deep internal story. A loop that's been playing for so long you stopped noticing it. But just because it's silent doesn't mean it's not powerful. In fact, it's the most powerful force shaping your reality. Because beliefs are not just ideas, they are instructions, and the universe follows them with perfect obedience. A belief is like code running in the background of your mind. You may say you want success, but if the loop underneath says, "I'm not good enough," or "things never work out for me," that's the script life will follow. Not because it's punishing you, but because it's mirroring you. Reality doesn't care what you say. It reflects what you expect. The loop begins in childhood, long before you're aware of choice. A few emotional moments, some painful, some subtle, become the architecture of your worldview. A parent's disappointment, a teacher's criticism, a moment of rejection, and suddenly the loop begins. I must prove myself. I must be perfect to be loved. I'm not seen. These stories become your filters. They don't just shape what you believe, they shape what you notice, attract, and accept. And once the loop is in place, it starts self-replicating. You move through the world looking for evidence to confirm it, and you always find it. Not because the world is cruel, but because your subconscious is powerful. It filters out what doesn't match the story and locks onto what does. You miss the opportunities that contradict your belief because they feel off. You sabotage the relationships that challenge your identity because they feel unsafe. The story wins every time, until you rewrite it. Here's the part no one tells you. Beliefs don't reflect reality. They create it. Your inner dialogue is not passive. It is causative. It instructs your energy. It organizes your field. It bends perception and primes action. And over time, it takes shape in matter, in jobs, partners, patterns, and outcomes that look random but are actually precise reflections of the belief loop running beneath your awareness. So if you want to change your life, you can't just change your behavior. You have to change the loop. You have to trace the result back to the identity that created it. You have to ask, what would someone have to believe for this to be normal? And then go to work upgrading that belief, not by force, but by choice. Because the moment you install a new belief, you shift your vibration. You begin noticing new evidence, taking new action, receiving new reflections, and what once felt like hard work becomes a natural outcome of a new internal rhythm. You don't get what you want. You get what you are willing to believe. And that belief becomes thought, then feeling, then energy, then form. That's the loop. And now you get to rewrite it. Your emotions aren't background noise. They're not just reactions to what's happening. They are the brushstrokes painting your reality. Most people think thoughts shape life, and they do to a degree. But thoughts without emotional charge are weak signals. It's your feelings that give thoughts weight. That's the power of emotional gravity. Whatever you feel consistently pulls form into being. The stronger the emotion, the more magnetic its effect on the field around you. You've already seen this. When you feel anxious, life starts reflecting more things to worry about. When you feel gratitude, the day seems to hand you more reasons to say thank you. It's not a coincidence. It's not psychological bias. It's energetic causation. Because feelings are frequencies, and frequencies attract their match with mechanical precision. Your emotions are not effects. They're inputs. They're not feedback from life. They're instructions to life. And whatever emotion you dwell in becomes your dominant broadcast. You don't even have to say a word. You walk into a room with the energy of resentment or radiance, and people feel it. So does the universe. That's how you sculpt reality, not through your outer effort, but through your inner atmosphere. Emotions don't just color your perception, they alter your signal. They tell the quantum field what to assemble around you. So if your body is habitually rehearsing the chemistry of fear, lack, or powerlessness, that's what your field vibrates. And that's what life echoes back. Not to punish, but to stay consistent with your command. Emotional gravity never argues. It simply arranges. The good news is, you don't have to fake high emotions to change your reality. You just have to become honest with your current ones. Most people suppress. They override. They tell themselves they're fine while carrying a heavy undercurrent of resentment, doubt, or shame. But repressed emotion still broadcasts. It still creates. And often, it creates the exact scenarios you're trying to avoid. Feeling isn't weakness, it's power. But only when it's conscious, only when it's integrated. When you start honoring your emotional state as the creative force that it is, you stop trying to think your way into new results. You begin to feel your way into new timelines. You begin to embody the future you want, not just imagine it. That's where real creation begins. Because the version of you who already has everything you desire doesn't just think differently, they feel differently. They carry the energy of trust instead of tension. They exude presence instead of pressure. And that emotional atmosphere becomes their gravitational field. It pulls people, opportunities, and synchronicities into orbit, not through effort, but through embodiment. So the next time you feel something powerful, whether joy or fear, pause. That feeling isn't just yours, it's a signal, and what you do with it will shape more than your mood. It will mold the very space around you. Emotions are the architects of your experience. Honor them, tune them, and let them build something beautiful. Control feels safe. That's why it's so seductive. You make the plans. You double-check the steps. You predict, prepare, and protect. You try to bend reality into something manageable, something predictable. It gives the illusion of certainty, of progress, of security. But underneath it all, there's fear, not trust, not power, just fear disguised as structure. Because control is not mastery, it's resistance in disguise. And the more you try to control life, the more it pushes back. Not because it's cruel, but because it's trying to show you something deeper, the wisdom of flow. Flow isn't chaos. It's not randomness or surrendering to chance. Flow is precision without pressure, movement without force. It's the state where your energy aligns with timing, with intuition, with the greater rhythm that always knows more than your plans ever will. Flow is when you stop pushing and start listening, not with your ears, but with your presence. It's where miracles happen, not because you made them, but because you finally got out of the way. The illusion of control keeps you in survival mode. You micromanage your path. You attach to outcomes. You stress when things go off script. But what if the detour was the path? What if the delay was the alignment? What if your greatest blessings are being blocked by your need to know how it's all going to happen? Life is not a machine. It's an intelligence. And intelligence moves best in space, not tension. It speaks in nudges, not demands. It responds to openness, not rigidity. The more you grip, the less you receive. The more you insist, the less you allow. And every time you try to control what the flow wants to give you, you limit it to what your mind can handle. When life is trying to deliver what your soul is actually ready for. Flow isn't passive. It's deeply participatory. It asks for trust. It asks for awareness. But most of all, it asks for alignment. When you're in flow, you're not waiting. You're not chasing. You're responding in real time to a deeper intelligence inside you. You make moves not out of fear, but out of clarity. You speak not to be heard, but because the words are ripe. You act not to fix something, but because it's time. Control tries to manipulate reality. Flow works with it. And in that cooperation, there's a strange and beautiful power. Because when you stop needing to manage every outcome, you leave space for magic, for synchronicity, for outcomes better than you could have scripted. You move from being a manager of life to being a channel for it. The illusion of control is loud, but the wisdom of flow is subtle, quiet, and infinitely more powerful. And once you feel it, truly feel it, you'll never want to go back. Because control exhausts you, flow elevates you. One shrinks your world to the size of your fear. The other expands it to the size of your faith. Let go, not to lose power, but to finally use it. Resistance is quiet, but relentless. It shows up the moment you try to grow, expand, or step into something unfamiliar. You set a new vision, and suddenly you feel tired. You get an opportunity, and your mind floods with doubt. You say you want change, but your body tightens, your thoughts scatter, and your energy pulls away. That's not hesitation. That's the resistance reflex. It's the part of you that fears losing control, leaving comfort, or becoming someone you haven't been before. And unless you learn to recognize it, you'll mistake it for intuition, or worse, logic. Resistance isn't just a mindset. It's a pattern, embedded in your nervous system, coded into your subconscious, shaped by every past moment where safety meant staying small. It kicks in automatically, like a reflex. You don't have to invite it. It shows up unannounced, whispering thoughts like, maybe not now, or what if it doesn't work, or you're not ready yet. It sounds like protection, but it's really defense against transformation. The reflex of resistance isn't trying to destroy you. It's trying to preserve what it thinks is keeping you safe, the known. Even if the known is uncomfortable, unfulfilling, or stagnant, it's familiar. And the subconscious loves the familiar. So every time you reach for something outside your existing identity, resistance gets triggered, not because the vision is wrong, but because the identity you've been living doesn't yet recognize it as safe. You can't fight resistance with force. That only makes it dig in deeper. The more you try to push through it, the more it pushes back. What you resist, resists you. But there is another way, a way that doesn't involve suppressing, ignoring, or pretending, a way that meets resistance with awareness, not aggression. To release resistance, you first have to feel it, name it, acknowledge its presence, not with judgment, but with curiosity. Ask, what is this resistance protecting? What belief is it built on? You might discover it's rooted in an old fear of failure, rejection, or even success. And once you've named it, breathe. Create space around it. Don't try to get rid of it. Just stop identifying with it. You are not your resistance. You are the one witnessing it. From that awareness, you can choose differently. You can move forward with the resistance instead of trying to bulldoze over it. You can take one small, aligned action that signals to your system, it's safe to change. And as you do that consistently, the reflex weakens, the resistance softens, and your new identity begins to integrate. Release isn't about erasing fear, it's about no longer obeying it. And when resistance arises, not as an enemy, but as a teacher, you reclaim your power. You stop avoiding the edge of your expansion and begin leaning into it. The resistance reflex will come. That's normal. But how you meet it determines whether you stay the same or rise into who you were always meant to be. And now you know how to meet it, with presence, with breath, and with the truth that it no longer runs the show. There's a quiet belief many carry without realizing it, the belief that someone, somewhere, has to approve your success before it can happen. That someone needs to notice you, validate you, endorse you. That you need a green light from the world before stepping into your power. But here's the truth. You don't need permission to succeed. Not from your past, not from your family, not from the gatekeepers of your industry, or the voices in your head that tell you to wait. The moment you decide you're enough, you're qualified. And the moment you claim success, it begins to claim you. This conditioning runs deep. From early childhood, we're trained to raise our hands, ask for approval, seek validation before we act. We internalize the idea that authority exists outside of us. That to do something great, someone must first choose us. And so, without realizing it, we live life waiting for signs, waiting for credentials, waiting to feel worthy enough to begin. But the universe doesn't operate on permission slips. It operates on alignment, on identity, on energy. It doesn't ask whether others think you're ready. It responds to whether you think you're ready. It mirrors your inner stance. And if your energy says, "I'm still waiting to be allowed," then life echoes back delay. Not because you aren't capable, but because you haven't claimed your right to act as if you are. The people who succeed, truly, consistently, aren't always the most talented, educated, or experienced. They're the ones who gave themselves permission. They stopped waiting to be picked and picked themselves. They didn't ask if they were worthy. They decided they were. That decision changed their posture, their voice, their presence. and life responded. You have that same choice, right now. Not after you've read more books, not after you've fixed everything, not after you feel perfectly confident. Now. Because confidence isn't a requirement for success. It's a byproduct of ownership, and ownership begins with the inner knowing. I don't need to be granted a seat. I am the table. What if no one ever gives you permission? What if the opportunity never comes with a title, an award, or applause? Would you still move? Would you still rise? Because that's the turning point. When you stop performing for approval and start embodying the version of you that approves of herself, of himself, of the path, the gift, the voice. Every moment you wait is a moment you affirm your own limitation. Every time you hesitate, you reinforce the illusion that someone else holds the keys. But they don't. You do. And the truth is, no one's coming to crown you. No one's coming to say, it's your time. Because it's always been your time. The world has just been waiting for you to realize it. So step forward, speak boldly, create shamelessly. Not because someone gave you permission, but because you finally remembered you never needed it. There's a kind of pain most people don't talk about. It's not the pain of failure or loss. It's the pain of pursuit. The ache that builds when you've been chasing something for so long, it begins to own you. You do everything right. You set the goals, you visualize, you act, you push. And still, the thing you want stays just out of reach. So you try harder, move faster, think more. But instead of feeling closer, you feel heavier. That's the pain of pursuit. And it doesn't come from not having. It comes from the belief that if you stop running, you'll lose your chance. That effort equals worth. That struggle equals value. But the deeper truth is this. What you chase, you push away. Not because you're doing it wrong, but because the energy of pursuit is built on lack. On the unspoken belief that what you desire is separate from you and must be earned, hunted, conquered. That belief becomes your frequency, and the universe, with perfect fidelity, mirrors it back. You think pursuit will bring fulfillment, but it brings friction, because it's rooted in resistance. Resistance to the present moment, resistance to the idea that you already have access to what you want, right now, through identity, through embodiment, through inner shift. That's where surrender enters, not as defeat, but as power. Surrender isn't giving up. It's letting go of the illusion that force is the only way. It's remembering that your desire already exists in a version of you, and that version isn't chasing. It's attracting. It's aligned. It's grounded in knowing. When you surrender, you stop running toward the future and begin embodying it in the now. You stop negotiating with life and start collaborating with it. The power of surrender is not in inaction. It's in non-resistance. It's in trusting that life wants to meet you halfway, but it can't if you're constantly trying to control every step of the path. When you let go of the grip, the magic rushes in. You receive insights you never could have strategized. People appear. Timing aligns. Not because you chased harder, but because you cleared the static that was keeping it away. The mind believes pursuit is strength, but the soul knows surrender is deeper. It's not passive, it's magnetic. It's the act of saying, I trust the version of me who already has this. I don't need to earn it through suffering. I simply need to align with it through being. And when you do that, the very thing you were chasing begins to chase you, because you're no longer coming from fear, you're radiating certainty. You're no longer trying to pull something toward you. You're becoming the version that already lives in it. The pain of pursuit ends where the power of surrender begins, not in effort, but in embodiment. not in striving, but in knowing. That's when life moves, not because you forced it, but because you finally got out of the way. There's a version of you that wakes up every day inside the struggle timeline. It's the timeline where everything is uphill, where success feels distant, where love is complicated, where money comes slowly and peace never seems to last. You're always fixing, always hustling, always managing a life that feels slightly out of reach. And after a while, you begin to believe this is just how it is, that maybe life is supposed to be hard, that maybe your dreams require suffering. But that's not truth. That's programming. And once you see it, you can exit the loop. The struggle timeline isn't real in the sense of fate. It's a frequency, a state of being you've grown accustomed to, a rhythm you've been trained into, one that says you have to earn your worth, prove your value, and push through pain to arrive. But here's the secret. You're not trapped in it. You're tuned to it. And what you're tuned to, you can shift. You exit the struggle timeline not by solving your problems, but by stepping out of the identity that created them. Because struggle isn't a circumstance, it's a self-concept. It's the internal belief that nothing comes easy, that things have to be hard to be real, that you must be tested before you can be trusted with more. And as long as that's your base code, you will unconsciously create obstacles just to feel worthy of overcoming them. That's the addiction to struggle. It keeps you in motion, but never in peace. It rewards you with temporary relief, then resets the challenge. So you stay busy. You stay in the game. But the game was rigged from the start, because the rules were written by a version of you who believed that ease was suspicious and flow was undeserved. To exit that timeline, you don't need to work harder. You need to disengage from the frequency of survival. You need to stop identifying as someone who must hustle to receive. You need to recognize when your nervous system is addicted to effort and your mind is addicted to proving. And in that recognition, you pause, you breathe, you choose a new identity, one where flow is natural, one where abundance doesn't require exhaustion, one where you are safe receiving without resistance. You shift timelines by shifting self. That's how it works. You hold a new energetic standard. You decide that peace isn't earned, it's allowed. That joy isn't the reward after struggle. It's the path to what you want. And when you hold that truth, the old timeline dissolves. People change. Opportunities shift. Life softens, not because it got easier, but because you stopped choosing hard. There's no gatekeeper, no final exam, no invisible contract you have to fulfill before you're allowed to thrive. There's only alignment. And the moment you align with ease, flow, and certainty, you exit the struggle timeline forever. Not because you escaped it, but because you stopped vibrating at its level. And in doing so, you rose above it. You walk into a room, and before you say a word, people feel something. Maybe they lean in. Maybe they turn away. Maybe they mirror you without realizing it. What they're responding to isn't your appearance, your resume, or your past. They're responding to your energetic signature, the invisible frequency you carry, the field you broadcast, the vibration that speaks before your mouth does. Because long before manifestation becomes form, it shows up in frequency. Your energetic signature is a composite of your beliefs, emotions, self-concept, and inner narrative. It's not what you think occasionally, it's what you are consistently. It's the frequency your body holds when no one's watching. It's how you move when you're not performing. It's what you secretly expect from the world, and what the world reflects back as a result. Most people never consider their field. They think they're communicating with words, plans, and effort. But underneath the surface, their energy is sending the real message. You can say, I deserve abundance. But if your frequency says, I'm scared to receive, the field listens to the vibration, not the vocabulary. And the universe doesn't respond to your goals, it responds to your baseline. This is why some people attract effortlessly. They're not lucky, they're aligned. Their energetic signature is clear, coherent, magnetic. They've embodied the version of themselves that expects good things, and so they show up. Others may work harder, push louder, try more, but if their field is full of doubt, resistance, or confusion, the results come slowly or not at all. Your field is always tuning, always broadcasting, and every thought, every emotion, every state you dwell in is shaping the frequency you emit. You don't need to control reality. You need to tune your signal, because just like a radio dial, you don't hear the music until you match the frequency. So how do you tune it? First, by becoming conscious of what your current field feels like. Not what you want it to be, but what it actually is. How does your body feel when you think about your future? What emotional tone do you carry through the day? What is your default vibration? Urgency or trust? Scarcity or sufficiency? Chaos or clarity? Awareness is the first shift. Then you begin to calibrate. Gently, intentionally, repeatedly. You enter the state of the version of you who already has it. You embody the feeling of already there until your nervous system stops questioning it. And as your field stabilizes, the world reorganizes to match it. Because energy doesn't lie. It doesn't wait for words. It doesn't respond to effort. It moves in resonance. Your energetic signature is not decoration, it's destiny. It's the hidden architecture behind everything you attract and everything you repel. And the moment you realize that you're not just living in the world, but vibrating through it, you stop trying to force life to respond. You simply become the frequency that makes response inevitable. You've been taught to think in timelines, that things take time, that your dreams are always somewhere in the distance, waiting for you to work hard enough, grow enough, become enough. So you wait, you plan, you tell yourself someday. But someday is a trap, because time, as you've been taught to understand it, is a lie, a convenient illusion. The deeper truth is this: reality doesn't operate on clocks, it operates on frequency. What you call a delay is often just a mismatch in vibration. Time is not linear, it's responsive. It bends and flexes around your consciousness. It accelerates or slows down based on who you're being, not how long you've been trying. When you believe something takes years, it does. When you believe it can happen now, you collapse the space between desire and manifestation, not through magic, but through alignment. The universe doesn't measure time, it reads signals, and the stronger your signal, the less time matters. But here's where it gets tricky. Most people attach their desires to time. It'll take a year to heal. It'll be 5 years before I'm financially free. Maybe in the next decade, I'll meet someone. And so, the mind builds distance. The body believes it. The field receives it. And reality obeys. Not because it has to, but because you said so. Not with words, but with energy. The delay wasn't real. It was constructed, projected, installed by belief. What if it didn't have to take time? What if the only thing between you and what you want is the version of you who already has it? Not the calendar, not the future, just a shift in frequency, a change in self, a new identity that vibrates as if it's already done. Because in the quantum field, it is already done. The timeline exists. The reality exists. You're not waiting for it to be built. You're just aligning to it or resisting it. This is why some things come instantly and others take years. It's not the size of the goal, it's the clarity of the embodiment. It's not the passage of time that makes something real, it's the collapse of doubt, the dissolving of the part of you that still sees your desire as distant. The lie of time is that it's required for transformation. It's not. What's required is decision, alignment, identity. When you shift those, time has no choice but to bow. It condenses, it rearranges, it serves the energy that leads it. That's the truth behind quantum leaps. Not luck, but calibration. Not chance, but choice. You don't have to wait. You only have to match. The delay is not in the world, it's in the field. And the moment your frequency becomes the now version of your vision, time no longer delays you. It delivers you, instantly, because you finally remembered. Time doesn't move you forward. You move time. Most people live in reaction. They wake up and immediately respond to messages, to headlines, to problems that aren't even theirs. Their entire day becomes a sequence of reactions to what already is, and without realizing it, they reinforce the same timeline over and over, not because they want it, but because they keep responding to it. Reaction is unconscious agreement. It tells reality, this is who I am, this is what I expect. Keep giving me more of this. And so it does. But creators don't live that way. Creators don't react. They select. They don't wait to see what the world hands them. They decide which timeline they're stepping into. They choose their state, their focus, their emotional baseline. And by doing so, they shift the field. They don't respond to the version of reality they no longer want. They tune to the one they do. And that tuning becomes selection. That selection becomes experience. There are infinite versions of your life already coded into the quantum field. The timeline where everything flows. The one where you keep missing. The one where you thrive. And the one where you play small. None of them are more real than the others. They are all possibilities waiting for a match. And your match is made through state, not struggle. You don't shift timelines by working harder. You shift by choosing harder, by no longer reacting to circumstances as if they're facts, by realizing they are echoes, reflections of past signals. You can look at your current situation and say, this is real, or you can say, this is just momentum, and I can change it. One keeps you locked, the other sets you free. Reaction is survival. It keeps you in the loop. Selection is creation. It breaks the loop. The creator wakes up and chooses, not just how to feel, but who to be. They don't ask if their vision is realistic. They decide it's already done. They don't negotiate with fear. They move in faith. Their choices don't match what they see. They match what they know. And that knowing sends a signal so clear that reality has to respond. This is not about denial. It's about dominion. It's about refusing to argue with what's on the screen and instead reprogramming the source. It's about saying, I don't respond to this timeline anymore. I've chosen another. And then embodying the version of you who already lives there. You're not here to survive the timeline you woke up in. You're here to select the one your soul is calling toward. Not through effort, through embodiment. From reaction to selection. From victim of circumstance to master of choice. That's the shift. And once it's made, reality starts bending around you. Not because you forced it, but because you finally stopped agreeing with what no longer belongs to you. The world teaches you to become, to always be in motion towards something, towards success, worth, love, healing. You're told that life is a staircase, and with enough effort, time and discipline, you'll finally arrive. And so you chase, you upgrade, you fix, you strive. But in all of that becoming, something gets lost. Being. And being is where the power lives. Becoming says, I'm not there yet. It reinforces the distance between where you are and where you want to be. It makes your vision a future thing, always a few steps away. You say the affirmations, you visualize, but underneath it all, the frequency is not yet. And the universe listens to the frequency, not the intention. So the result stays out of reach, not because you're unworthy, but because the energy you're living in is future-based, not now-based. Being collapses that gap. It says, I am, not in arrogance, but in authority. It pulls your desire out of the imaginary and roots it in your current identity. You stop waiting to become, and you start embodying the version of you that already has it. You speak differently, walk differently, think and act from the frequency of wholeness, not lack. The most powerful creators don't try to become successful. They are success in motion. They don't become healed. They carry the vibration of wholeness before the physical symptoms are gone. That's the difference. One is movement driven by the illusion of absence. The other is action fueled by the truth of embodiment. The need to become is subtle spiritual procrastination. It gives you the illusion of growth while keeping you in the loop of almost. It says, one day. It builds timelines that never end, and it keeps you chasing a version of yourself that only exists in your imagination. Meanwhile, the power to shift your entire reality lives in this exact moment, if you choose to be the one you've been trying to reach. Being doesn't mean you stop evolving. It means you stop delaying your identity. You no longer withhold the energy of your future from the present. You stop waiting for proof to start acting like it's already done. Because here's the truth. It is already done in the field. Your desire is already real in the quantum. The only question is whether your energy is aligned with it now, or still trapped in the loop of becoming. You were never meant to endlessly chase. You were meant to arrive in yourself so fully that reality has no choice but to mirror your certainty. Not because you proved it, but because you became it, by deciding it was already true. The age of becoming is ending. The age of being has begun. And with it comes the realization that everything you wanted to grow into is already here, waiting for you to stop moving long enough to claim it. There's a version of you that knows how to survive. That version learned the rules, learned how to protect, perform, prove. That version built walls and called it wisdom. It chased approval and called it ambition. It adapted, adjusted, and did what it had to do to make it this far. But now you're being called into something higher, something truer. And that old version of you, the one made of fear, of stories, of scarcity, can't come with you. This is the part most people resist. They want transformation without release, growth without grief. They want to become something new without letting go of who they've been. But real evolution doesn't work that way, because as long as the old you is still running the program, it will sabotage the future to keep the past intact. It will keep you chasing safety instead of expansion, familiarity instead of freedom. The old you isn't wrong. It served a purpose. It kept you alive. It got you through heartbreak, through rejection, through seasons of doubt and darkness. But what once protected you is now limiting you. It's not your truth. It's your armor. And at some point, if you want to rise, the armor has to fall. Letting go of the old you isn't about fixing anything. It's about releasing the identity that was built around pain. The one who believed life had to be earned. the one who needed struggle to feel worthy, the one who played small because it felt safer than being seen. That version is heavy, and the real you, the one who creates with ease, who radiates clarity, who walks in power, has no space to emerge until you stop feeding the ghost of who you used to be. The death of the old self isn't a dramatic event. It's a decision. It's a quiet moment of truth where you say, I'm no longer this. I'm no longer repeating this story. I release the survival role I've outgrown. And from that place, you begin to live as the one who's already free. The rebirth doesn't come because the world changes. It comes because you do. You stop identifying with your wounds. You stop clinging to limitation. You stop using your past as an excuse for why your future can't arrive. And suddenly, life starts rearranging around your new signal. People shift, patterns break, opportunities flow, not because you forced them, but because the old vibration that blocked them is gone. This isn't easy. There will be grief. There will be days when the old self tries to pull you back with guilt, fear, and nostalgia. But stay the course, because on the other side of that death is the truth of who you've always been, untouched, unburdened, undeniable. The old you was necessary, but it's not you. And the moment you're willing to let it die, the real you isn't born. The real you is finally revealed. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. That's the heart of the law of embodied identity. It's not about affirmations or intentions alone. It's about becoming. Becoming the version of yourself who already has the thing you desire. Not just in words, but in frequency, in posture, in choices, in energy. Because the universe doesn't deliver to your wishes. It responds to your embodiment. Identity is the filter through which all reality flows. If you see yourself as someone who always struggles, even unconsciously, then abundance feels out of reach, no matter how many strategies you use. If your core identity is rooted in doubt, you'll sabotage clarity even when it appears. Not because you're broken, but because your field is calibrated to a self-concept that doesn't align with the life you say you want. This is the gap most people live in. They desire a reality that their identity won't allow. They try to manifest from the mind, while the body still carries the frequency of lack. They chase new results while wearing an old name tag, and so nothing shifts, not because the goal is wrong, but because the self isn't updated. The law of embodied identity says, change your state, change your world, not someday, not when the results appear, but now, because your current reality is a mirror of who you've been being. To shift what's showing up, you have to shift who's showing up. You don't wait to feel like the future version of you. You step into that version now and let the world catch up. So what does embodiment look like? It's subtle, it's emotional, it's internal. It's asking yourself, if I already had the thing I want, how would I move? How would I speak? How would I walk into a room? What decisions would I make? And then living from those answers, not as fantasy, but as fact. You're not pretending, you're practicing. Practicing the identity that makes your vision inevitable, because that version of you already exists, not in the distance, not in some future you have to chase, but in the field of now, waiting to be activated through choice, through alignment, through presence. This isn't about faking confidence or masking insecurity. It's about choosing a new energetic home and moving into it. And once you live there consistently, the universe starts delivering mail to that address. Opportunities align. People respond differently. Doors open, not because you forced them, but because you finally became the person who belongs on the other side. Embodiment is the invitation. Identity is the signal. And once they match, reality has no choice but to rearrange. So stop asking for change. Be the change, not just in thought, but in form. Because the law of embodied identity doesn't respond to who you were or who you hope to become. It responds to who you are now, and who you're brave enough to claim. There's a frequency more powerful than desire, more commanding than hope, more magnetic than action. It's the frequency of certainty, not the kind that's loud or aggressive, but the quiet, unwavering knowing that doesn't flinch, doesn't ask, doesn't check for signs. It simply is. This is the law of magnetic certainty. When you move in certainty, reality bends, not because you forced it, but because you left no energetic room for anything else. Most people operate in a space of partial belief. They say what they want, visualize it, even work toward it. But inside, there's a wobble, a subtle vibration of doubt, of needing proof, of waiting to be shown. That doubt, however small, dilutes the signal, and the universe doesn't respond to your wishes, it responds to your transmission. Certainty is clean, sharp, coherent. It doesn't negotiate or wonder. It declares. Magnetic certainty doesn't mean you have all the answers. It means you've decided. You've chosen your outcome, your identity, your truth, and you stand in it regardless of appearances. Even if nothing around you looks like it's happening yet, your energy says it already has. That's the magnetism, not in doing more, but in being more, being anchored in the frequency of "it is done." Think of the most powerful people you've encountered, the ones who light up rooms, who move through life with quiet gravity. They're not loud, they're not desperate, but their presence says, "I don't chase, I already know." That knowing draws people in. It draws reality in, not through force, but through certainty. The law of magnetic certainty means you stop needing reassurance. You stop refreshing the page to check if life heard you. You don't wait for confirmation. You are the confirmation. You wake up and carry the energy of someone who is already there. And because that signal is so clear, the world begins responding accordingly. Conversations shift. Timelines collapse. Momentum builds. Not because you pushed, but because your unwavering state pulled it in. Certainty isn't arrogance. It's alignment. It's the removal of inner conflict, the dissolving of the part of you that still entertains the question, what if it doesn't work? Because until that question is gone, the field will always mirror your hesitation. This is the reason why someone with less talent, less experience, or fewer resources can succeed faster. Because they're certain. They're not waiting to be picked. They've picked themselves. And that inner certainty sends out a magnetic pulse that the universe must answer. So stop trying to convince the world. Stop looking for signs that it's working. The moment you know, without needing evidence, is the moment everything starts moving. The law of magnetic certainty doesn't require you to prove anything. It only requires you to decide and never look back. Because once you lock into knowing, reality has no choice but to reflect the version of you who never questioned it was already done. There's a strange truth hiding in plain sight, one that feels counterintuitive to everything you were taught about success, manifestation, and progress. It's this: the more you try, the harder things become. The more you strain, the more resistance you generate. And the more you chase something, the more it slips away. This is not laziness disguised as wisdom. It's a universal law, the law of reverse effort. The idea that what you force, you block, what you clutch, you repel, and what you allow, you receive. Most people are addicted to trying. They equate effort with value, struggle with worthiness. They believe if something isn't difficult, it must not be meaningful. So they push, they overthink, they overwork. They grip their desires so tightly that there's no room for them to arrive. They wear effort like armor, never realizing that what they're protecting is their fear that ease can't be trusted. But reverse effort isn't about inaction. It's about alignment. It's not about giving up. It's about getting out of the way. Because there's a difference between inspired action and desperate doing. One flows from clarity, the other from panic. One feels like breath, the other like tension. And the universe knows the difference. You've already felt this in your life. The moment you stop obsessing over someone, they text you. The moment you stop micromanaging a project, solutions appear. The moment you stop rehearsing a conversation, the words flow effortlessly. That's not luck. That's the law of reverse effort in motion. When you release the need to control the outcome begins to form around your release. Effort implies separation, that what you want is over there and you're over here, and only struggle can bridge the gap. But when you're in alignment, there is no gap. There is no distance. You've become the version of yourself who already lives inside the result, and that version doesn't have to try. They act from knowing, not from need. This law doesn't mean you sit back and wait for life to deliver while you do nothing. It means you act from ease, not urgency. You create from joy, not pressure. You move because it feels natural, not because you're afraid of standing still. Reverse effort is when action becomes an extension of your state, not a replacement for your doubt. Let go of the belief that more effort means more reward. It doesn't. The universe doesn't pay you in exhaustion. It pays you in alignment. And alignment feels light. It feels clean. It feels like movement without weight. When you stop forcing, you start receiving. When you stop trying to hold the river, it begins to carry you. That's the law. It's not mystical. It's mechanical. And the moment you honor it, life starts unfolding. Not because you pushed it, but because you finally let it. Everything in the universe operates on frequency. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every belief you carry, each one emits a signal. That signal travels outward and shapes the field around you. It doesn't matter what you say you want. It doesn't matter what you write in your journal. If the frequency you're embodying doesn't match the frequency of the life you're trying to create, it won't arrive. Not because it doesn't exist, but because you're not tuned to receive it. This is the law of frequency matching, and it governs everything. You can only experience the version of reality that matches the signal you're emitting. Think of it like a radio dial. You can turn the knob all day long, but if you're tuned to 88.5 FM, you won't hear what's playing on 104.3. The music exists, the broadcast is active, but unless you align with its frequency, it might as well not be there. The same is true for abundance, for love, for peace. They're not things you find, they're frequencies you match. Most people don't realize they're broadcasting the opposite of what they want. They want success, but carry the frequency of self-doubt. They want love, but vibrate with fear of abandonment. They want peace, while living in the energy of control. And then they wonder why their manifestations stall, delay, or disappear. It's not because they're not worthy, it's because the signal is scrambled. Mixed messages confuse the field, and the field always delivers the dominant vibration, not the hopeful one, but the embodied one. To use the law of frequency matching, you don't need to manipulate the external. You need to recalibrate the internal. Ask yourself, what would it feel like to already have what I want? Then live in that frequency now. Let it guide your choices, your posture, your tone. Embody the version of you that already knows, already receives, already is. That's how you shift timelines, not by chasing outcomes, but by becoming the match to the life you desire. This isn't about pretending. It's not about forcing positivity or faking confidence. It's about choosing alignment as your dominant vibration. It's about catching yourself when you slip into the old frequency of lack, of fear, of doubt, and gently returning to the signal that says, "It's already mine." The law doesn't discriminate, it doesn't delay, it doesn't judge, it mirrors, always. If you're not receiving what you want, check your signal, tune the station, upgrade the broadcast. The moment you match the frequency of your desired reality, the field responds, not someday, but instantly, because in that moment, the you who had been searching disappears, and the you who already has it begins to live. That's the power of the law. It's not about effort, it's about alignment, not about what's missing, but about what's now being matched. And once the match is made, the world has no choice but to echo it. There's not just one version of your life. There are infinite ones, each existing simultaneously, like tracks running side by side. Some are filled with abundance, ease, and expansion. Others are steeped in struggle, stagnation, and fear. These are not fantasy. They are real, encoded into the quantum field, waiting for one thing: your alignment. This is the law of parallel realities, the truth that every outcome already exists, and you don't need to create it, you only need to choose it. You're taught to believe reality is fixed, that life unfolds in a linear path, but in truth, reality is fluid, it's responsive, it's not happening to you, it's happening through you, and the version you live inside is dictated by your frequency. Each parallel reality has a different emotional signature, a different identity, a different set of beliefs, and whichever one matches your state becomes the one you experience. This is why change can feel instant or impossible. If you stay in the same energetic pattern, even your boldest actions can lead to the same results. But if you shift your identity, your emotional baseline, your expectations, you jump tracks, not by effort, but by embodiment. You don't have to wait years for transformation. You only have to match the version of you who's already living what you desire. Think of a time when your life changed quickly. Maybe you fell in love overnight, lost everything in a day, landed an opportunity you never expected. That wasn't random. That was a timeline jump. A vibrational shift that collapsed time and rewrote your experience. The field doesn't need time, it needs clarity. Once you lock into a new self-concept, a new pattern of thought and feeling, the entire structure of your life begins to mirror that reality. This is why the law of parallel realities is so powerful and so overlooked. People try to force change from the same level of consciousness that created the problem. They try to fix their life without becoming someone new. But nothing outside can shift until the version of you doing the living changes. Not because life is stubborn, but because it's exact. It will always match the you who's showing up. So the question isn't, how do I get there? It's, who do I need to be now? Step into that energy. Think the thoughts that version thinks. Make decisions from their clarity. Speak as if you've already arrived. Because in the quantum field, you have. It's only your attachment to the old self that's keeping you on the old track. The law of parallel realities doesn't ask for effort. It asks for alignment, for courage to let go of the version of you who fit the life you no longer want. And once you do, you don't change the world. You simply shift into the version where the world is already different. There's a hidden force that shapes your reality more than action ever could. It's not intensity, it's not strategy, it's not even clarity. It's resistance, or more specifically, the absence of it. This is the law of non-resistance, the principle that whatever you stop fighting stops controlling you. Whatever you stop resisting begins to flow, and the more you allow, the more life begins to move on your behalf. You've been conditioned to resist, to push against, to control. When something doesn't look how you want it to, your first instinct is to fix it, fight it, or flee from it. That reaction might feel productive, but energetically it does the opposite. Resistance locks you in. It holds you in the very vibration of the thing you're trying to escape. What you judge, you bind yourself to. What you resist persists. Most people try to change their reality while actively resisting what is. They say, "I want abundance," while hating their current lack. They say, "I want love," while resenting the loneliness. But the field doesn't respond to your words. It responds to your frequency. And resistance is a frequency of tension, of separation, of mistrust. It says to the universe, "I don't trust where I am, and I don't believe I'll get where I want to be." So it mirrors that back, and the loop continues. Non-resistance doesn't mean complacency. It doesn't mean you give up your vision. It means you stop making an enemy of your current experience. You stop declaring war on your circumstances and start allowing them to move. Because when you allow, you create space. Space for the field to breathe, for your nervous system to relax, for higher solutions to find you, solutions you can't see when you're gripping. You've felt this before. A moment when you finally surrendered, when you stopped pushing, when you said, "I'm done trying to force this," and let go. And almost instantly, things started shifting. The call came. The idea landed. The pressure lifted. Not because you stopped caring, but because you stopped resisting. That's the law. It's not mystical. It's mechanical. To activate the law of non-resistance, you don't need to love where you are. You just need to accept it. Acceptance is not agreement. It's acknowledgement. It's saying, "This is what is, and I allow it to move." That simple shift breaks the tension. It removes the friction. It ends the energetic tug-of-war with your own life. You're not here to overpower reality. You're here to align with it, to create from a state of openness, not contraction. Because the more you soften, the faster life flows. Not because you surrendered your power, but because you finally stepped into it. The law of non-resistance is the art of letting go without giving up, of trusting what you cannot yet see. And once you stop holding the river back, you'll remember, it was always trying to carry you forward. Reality doesn't wait. It doesn't need time to process, plan, or decide how to respond. It mirrors you instantly, energetically, emotionally, vibrationally. This is the law of immediate response. The moment you shift your internal state, the field begins shifting with you. Not tomorrow, not next month, now. Because reality is not reacting to your actions, it's reflecting your alignment. And that reflection is happening in real time. Most people think change is slow. That transformation requires a long journey of steps and stages. And while behavior might take time to show results, energy doesn't. The moment you decide to be someone new, the universe adjusts. It starts sending different ideas, different people, different opportunities. Not because the world changed, but because you did. The response is immediate. The appearance may take form over time, but the signal was already received. The problem is, people keep waiting for the outside to validate the shift. They meditate, affirm, visualize, and then look around and say, "Nothing's changed." But the field doesn't work like that. It doesn't ask, "Are you doing the right things?" It asks, "Are you broadcasting the right state?" And the moment the state is consistent, the field begins organizing reality around it. The law of immediate response isn't about speed, it's about synchronicity. It's about understanding that the signal you emit is not on delay. It's live. You're not pre-recording your vibration for a future date. You're sending it out now, and the universe is shaping itself accordingly. You've experienced this already. The moment you fully commit to a decision, the energy shifts. A phone call comes. An idea drops in. A synchronicity lines up. That's not a coincidence. That's resonance in motion. The inner shift happened, and the outer world began to adjust immediately. But when you doubt, when you waver, when you send mixed signals, the universe reflects that too. Not to punish, but to show you where you're still fragmented. It's a feedback loop, one that's precise, intelligent, and always listening. To use this law, you must become conscious of the moment-to-moment power of your energy, not what you did yesterday, not what you plan to do tomorrow, but who you are being right now. That's what the field is responding to, and it's not responding later. It's responding as you read this. So if you want something new, stop waiting. Shift now. Breathe into the identity of the version of you who already has it. Feel the knowing, the calm, the certainty. Let your body memorize that frequency, and then watch, not with impatience, but with presence. The world may not rearrange instantly on the surface, but the response has already begun beneath it. The law of immediate response means you're always in conversation with the field. Every thought, every feeling, every decision is a signal. And reality doesn't hesitate to answer. It already is. The only question is, are you paying attention? There's a hidden power inside the emotions you've been taught to suppress. A quiet brilliance beneath the fear, the doubt, the rage, and the sadness. You've been told to escape these feelings, to override them with positivity, to bury them beneath discipline or distraction. But what if the emotions you resist aren't obstacles to manifestation, but the raw material of it? This is the law of emotional alchemy. The understanding that your emotions are not problems to fix, they're energy to transform, and when transmuted, they become the fuel for your highest creation. Emotion is energy in motion. It's not good or bad, it's directional. And every emotion you experience carries a frequency. Fear vibrates differently than love. Shame compresses, while joy expands. Most people try to manifest from positive thought alone, ignoring the heavy emotions sitting in their body. But the field doesn't read your affirmations. It reads your vibration. And suppressed emotions still broadcast, even if you pretend they're not there. The law of emotional alchemy teaches you to work with emotion, not against it. To stop labeling certain feelings as wrong. Because what you suppress, you strengthen. What you avoid, you energize. And what you finally feel, you can transform. The anger that feels like chaos, it holds your unspoken truth. The sadness you avoid, it carries the wisdom of what matters most. These aren't blocks, they're portals. To transmute an emotion, you don't need to fix it. You need to witness it. Feel it fully. Let it rise without resistance. Not to indulge in it, but to free the energy trapped beneath it. Because all suppressed emotion is stored potential. When you sit with it, breathe through it, and allow it to move without judgment, it softens. And as it softens, it alchemizes. You've done this before, even if you didn't know it. You cried until something broke open inside you, and afterward you felt clear, light, free. That wasn't weakness. That was alchemy. That was the release of stagnant energy, making room for alignment. The emotions you fear most are not your enemy. They're the doorway. And when you honor them, they become the bridge to new levels of power, insight, and expansion. Not because you controlled them, but because you met them. So if you're feeling heavy, stuck, or blocked, don't run. Don't rush to reframe. Instead, ask, what am I unwilling to feel? What am I labeling as wrong that is simply asking to be seen? The moment you welcome it in, you reclaim the energy you were using to suppress it. And that reclaimed energy becomes power, real, embodied power. Emotional alchemy is the art of turning inner tension into outer transformation. Not by escaping your emotions, but by embracing their message. And once you understand that, you'll stop fearing your feelings and start transmuting them into fuel for everything you were born to become. You've been taught to judge, to label, to categorize every moment as good or bad, right or wrong, success or failure. It feels normal, even responsible. But every time you judge your reality, you lock yourself deeper into it. You react emotionally. You attach meaning. And without realizing it, you begin reinforcing the very thing you want to change. This is where the law of neutral observation comes in, the principle that transformation doesn't begin with control. It begins with clarity, and clarity only lives in neutrality. Neutrality is not apathy. It's not detachment from life. It's awareness without emotional distortion. It's the ability to witness what is without becoming it. Because when you judge something, you entangle yourself in it. You say, this shouldn't be here, and now you're in resistance. You say, this is wrong, and now your energy is wrapped in tension. And tension doesn't change anything. It only amplifies what's already there. Neutral observation is a higher form of power. It says, I see what is, but I won't assign it meaning until I'm aligned. It allows you to pause before reacting, to breathe before speaking, to choose before spiraling. In that space, you reclaim your ability to direct energy consciously, not compulsively. The field responds not just to your desires, but to your dominant focus. And when your focus is clouded by judgment, fear, or frustration, that energy becomes your new baseline. You can't elevate your reality from a state of chaos. You have to rise above the narrative long enough to see the truth beneath it. That's what neutrality gives you. Vision, precision, perspective. It's not about pretending something doesn't matter. It's about refusing to let your old programming decide what it means. When something triggers you, can you observe it without labeling it as an attack? When things slow down, can you witness it without calling it failure? When you're met with uncertainty, can you stay in the center instead of collapsing into story? That center is where your power lives. Because from neutrality, you're no longer reacting to life. You're sculpting it. Your energy isn't tangled in judgment. It's available for direction. That's when you move with grace. That's when you create with ease. Because you're not just responding to what is, you're choosing what will be. Neutral observation turns chaos into data, triggers into teachers, delays into direction. It breaks the habit of personalizing everything and gives you access to your highest intelligence, the part of you that sees clearly and chooses wisely. So the next time something disrupts your path, don't rush to fix it or fear it. Sit in the middle of it. Breathe, observe, and ask, what's the frequency of my attention right now? Because that frequency, not the situation, is what's shaping what happens next. Judgment is noise. Reaction is distortion. But neutrality, that's the space where creation begins. And the moment you learn to hold it, life begins to unfold, not from your wounds, but from your wisdom. Power doesn't live in the past. It doesn't wait in the future. It exists here, right now. But most people don't live here. They're caught in a loop of remembering or rehearsing. They replay what went wrong or plan for what might. And in doing so, they miss the only place where anything can actually change, the present moment. This is the law of present power, the understanding that your point of creation is always now, and the moment you fully occupy it, reality begins to respond. The past has no power except the meaning you keep assigning it. The future has no power except the fear or fantasy you project onto it. But right now, this moment is alive. It's magnetic. It's where your choices become frequencies and your energy becomes form. And the more you root into the now, the more you pull your power out of illusion and into embodiment. Most people leak energy through time. They drag stories from yesterday into today. They send energy into scenarios that haven't happened yet. And while their body is here, their presence is fractured, split across timelines that don't exist. That fragmentation creates weakness, confusion, powerlessness, because you can only direct the field from now, not from a thought about what was or a worry about what might be. Presence doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing from a place of wholeness. It means your action is coming from alignment, not anxiety, from clarity, not compulsion. You could spend 10 hours hustling in distraction or 1 hour acting from pure presence, and the latter would move mountains. Because when you're fully here, your energy is undiluted, and that undiluted energy sends a signal the universe can't ignore. You've felt this before. The moment when time slows, when your mind goes quiet, when everything feels guided. That's present power. It's the state where synchronicities align, solutions reveal themselves, and your next step becomes obvious, not because you thought your way there, but because you showed up fully. The mind will try to pull you out of the now. It will tempt you with questions like, "What's next?" or "What if this doesn't work?" But that's just fear disguised as planning. And the moment you take the bait, you exit the state of power and re-enter the state of survival. To activate the law of present power, you must choose to stop chasing the future and start becoming the now. You must breathe into your body, feel your energy, anchor yourself in the identity of the one who already is. Because when you do, time bends, opportunities arise, and your external world starts aligning with the strength of your presence. Power is never missing. It's just been scattered. Reclaim it, all of it. Bring it back into this breath, this moment, this version of you. Because the field doesn't respond to your timeline. It responds to your state. And the most powerful state you'll ever embody is right now. Every moment you're making decisions, not just in your actions, but in your identity. Who you believe you are, what you believe is possible, what you expect from life. These decisions shape your reality more than effort ever will. This is the law of decision-based reality. The principle that your external world forms itself around the decisions you've made internally, not the ones you're still debating. Reality doesn't respond to hesitation. It responds to clarity. Most people don't realize they're constantly deciding, not intentionally, but automatically. They wake up and unconsciously decide to be the same version of themselves they were yesterday. They decide to expect the same outcomes, to fear the same scenarios, to play out the same limitations. And because the universe is obedient, it simply reflects those decisions back. Not because they're true, but because they've been chosen, over and over again. You say you want change, but until you decide on the new identity, the new energy, the new truth, it remains distant. You can journal about it, visualize it, hope for it, even plan for it. But if the decision hasn't been made in your body, nothing holds, because the field doesn't move for vague desire. It moves for conviction. A real decision doesn't come with backup plans. It doesn't come with doubt. It's clean, solid, unshakable. It's a line drawn in the quantum field that says, "This is who I am now." And when that line is drawn, reality begins to reorganize. The people change, the timing shifts, the opportunities surface. Not because you're chasing them, but because your new signal is pulling them in. This is why some people seem to manifest with ease. They're not smarter or more spiritual. They're just more decisive. They don't waver in and out of energy. They don't negotiate with fear. They pick the version of themselves they want to be, and they move as that, speak as that, think as that, until the field catches up. Indecision is one of the most powerful forms of resistance. It sends a fractured signal, a confused message, one that says, "I want it, but I'm not ready," or worse, "I want it, but I'm afraid of who I'll have to become." And the universe mirrors that exactly. Opportunities stall, results delay, progress feels uphill, not because it isn't meant for you, but because you haven't fully chosen it yet. The shift happens the moment you stop trying to manifest something and decide it's already yours. You begin showing up differently, not from hope, but from knowing, not from need, but from embodiment. Reality is not testing you, it's reading you. And what it's reading isn't your words, it's your decisions. So ask yourself, who have I decided to be today? Because that decision is already building the timeline you're stepping into, not later, now. And the more firmly you decide, the faster everything aligns, not because you forced it, but because you finally stopped debating it. Most people walk through life trying to get there, always reaching, always striving, always chasing the next level, the next win, the next version of themselves that finally feels like enough. But in the process of reaching, they broadcast one core signal to the universe: I am not complete. And that signal, more than any goal or effort, is what gets mirrored back. The law of assumed completion flips this entirely. It says, you don't create from lack, you create from wholeness. You don't manifest what you're chasing, you manifest what you've already claimed. Completion is a frequency. It's the feeling of, I already am. It's the identity of someone who no longer needs something in order to become something. It's not pretending. It's not ignoring growth. It's embodying the truth that you're not broken, behind, or missing anything. And that truth changes everything. When you assume completion, your energy becomes clean, clear, magnetic. You no longer act from desperation or doubt. You act from alignment, from decision, from the vibration of someone who is simply allowing their internal reality to be reflected externally. No more grasping, no more waiting, just living as the version of yourself who already has it, and therefore attracts it effortlessly. You've seen this law in motion. The person who stops needing love and suddenly becomes a magnet for connection. The entrepreneur who stops chasing clients and suddenly becomes in demand. That's not coincidence. That's frequency. When you stop acting like you're missing something, life stops treating you like you are. But most people stay stuck in a loop of becoming, of trying to earn their worth, prove their value, and work their way into feeling like they belong in the life they want. The problem is that loop never ends. Because the signal is always, "I'm not there yet," and the universe responds with experiences that confirm it. Assumed completion breaks the loop. It means you show up today as if your vision is already done. You speak with the authority of someone who knows. You move through life not trying to get the thing, but to receive what is already aligned. That shift in embodiment doesn't wait for evidence. It creates it. This isn't about faking confidence or forcing gratitude. It's about tuning into the version of you who already exists in the quantum field, the one who's already living the reality you desire. That version isn't stressed, scared, or stuck. They're complete. Not because everything's perfect, but because they're no longer searching for completion outside themselves. The law of assumed completion says the fastest way to become something is to stop chasing it and start being it. Not tomorrow, not when things align, but now. Because once you broadcast the frequency of already whole, the universe doesn't delay. It reflects, instantly, without question, without hesitation, as if it had been waiting for you to realize. You already were it all along. There's a kind of power that doesn't need to announce itself. It doesn't speak in volume or flash. It doesn't argue or convince. It simply radiates. This is the law of silent transmission, the understanding that your energy is your loudest message, and it's being broadcast whether you speak or not. You don't attract with words, you attract with being. And being doesn't need explanation, it just needs embodiment. Most people are trying to be heard, trying to explain who they are, trying to make their intentions clear, their value known, their dreams understood. But underneath all that effort is a quiet truth they haven't yet trusted. When your energy is aligned, the message sends itself. The people who are meant to feel it do. The opportunities that match it find you, not because you pitched them perfectly, but because your presence carried the code. The field isn't listening to what you're saying, it's feeling who you are. And the vibration of who you are speaks louder than anything you could try to communicate. You don't have to tell people you're confident when you are confidence. You don't have to prove you're ready when your frequency says it's done. That's the silent transmission, when your inner state becomes so stable, so real, that it speaks before you do. You've felt this before. You've walked into a room and sensed someone's energy instantly, without a word spoken. You've met someone who radiates calm, or clarity, or chaos. That's not intuition. That's resonance. Your field is always in dialogue with other fields, always transmitting, always receiving. So the question is not, what are you saying? The question is, what are you silently broadcasting? Most people don't realize how much noise they're making with their energy. They say all the right things, but the undercurrent is fear. They try to project success, but the vibration says doubt, and it creates dissonance. People may not know why they're not responding, but the field does. It's never the words that fall flat. It's the signal underneath. The law of silent transmission reminds you that presence is a language, that your embodiment is always speaking on your behalf, and the more congruent your energy becomes, the less you have to say, the less you have to prove, the less you have to chase. Because aligned energy calls in what is meant for it. It doesn't need to persuade. It doesn't need to be loud. It simply is. And what matches it will find it, inevitably. So if things aren't landing, stop talking louder. Start listening inward. Start adjusting the silent signal you're sending. Because the truth is, you're already broadcasting. The only question is, are you sending the message of the life you want, or the fear that it's still out of reach? Speak less. Embody more. Because your silence, when aligned, becomes the most powerful sound in the room. Before action, before strategy, before words, there is energy. And that energy is the architect of everything that follows. This is the law of energetic primacy. The understanding that energy comes first, and everything else, results, responses, opportunities, is secondary. Your actions don't create reality. Your state does. And the more you learn to lead with energy instead of effort, the more life begins to organize itself around your frequency, not your force. Most people reverse the order. They take action, hoping the right energy will follow. They try to fix their mood with productivity. They try to prove their worth by doing more. But that's a backwards system. It might bring short-term wins, but it doesn't build sustainable alignment. Because when you act from misalignment, every step feels like resistance. When you act from coherence, every step feels like flow. Your energy is the instruction. It's the code that tells the field what to send you. If your energy says, "I'm still waiting," then life keeps you in a holding pattern. If your energy says, "I am it now," the field begins to reflect that immediately. It's not about what you're doing, it's about who is doing it. And the identity behind your actions is determined by your energetic baseline. This is why two people can take the exact same action and receive completely different results. One acts from abundance, the other from lack. One acts from self-certainty, the other from fear. The universe doesn't reward the task. It responds to the tone behind the task. That's the law. Energy first, always. You don't get into alignment by doing more. You get into alignment by being more still, more honest, more attuned to what's true in your system. You don't hustle your way into the right frequency. You pause, you breathe, you choose it. And from that energy, your actions become extensions of clarity, not compensation for insecurity. Before the email is sent, before the meeting begins, before the post is made, pause. Ask yourself, what energy am I sending this with? If it's fear, clean it. If it's pressure, soften it. If it's lack, shift it. Because the moment your energy changes, the trajectory of everything that follows changes too. You're not here to move through life like a machine. You're here to move like a frequency. And frequency is felt. It's magnetic. It's what people remember long after they've forgotten what you said. When your energy is grounded, people trust you. When it's scattered, they pull away. That's not personal. That's physics. The law of energetic primacy invites you to stop focusing on how much you're doing and start focusing on what energy you're doing it from. Because the energy you lead with becomes the experience you walk into. Shift the energy, and the rest takes care of itself. Because reality doesn't follow your calendar, it follows your current, always. There's a moment on the path where everything changes, not because you've finally proven yourself, but because you've stopped asking for what was already yours. You no longer pray with doubt. You no longer manifest with begging. You stop treating the universe like a gatekeeper and start moving like a creator. This is the shift from asking to declaring. It's not about arrogance, it's about alignment. It's about stepping out of the energy of request and into the frequency of embodiment. Most people ask from lack. Their words say, "I want," but their energy says, "I don't have." They plead with life to deliver, to notice, to validate their desire. But asking, when done from separation, only reinforces the very absence you're trying to escape. The universe doesn't respond to need, it responds to signal. And "I hope this happens" is not the same signal as "this is who I am now." You've been conditioned to believe you have to earn your desires, that you have to work, wait, or suffer to be worthy of them. So you ask with hesitation. You whisper your dreams like they're fragile. And in doing so, you delay them, not because you're not deserving, but because the energy behind the request doesn't match the reality you're trying to create. Declaring is different. It doesn't beg. It doesn't seek proof. It speaks from knowing, from decision, from presence. You don't declare what you're still doubting. You declare what you've already chosen in your field. The version of you who declares isn't waiting for reality to agree. They move as if it already has. The shift happens when you stop saying, "Can I have this?" and start saying, "This is already mine." Not out of fantasy, but from embodiment. Because the field isn't listening to your voice. It's responding to your frequency. And when your frequency says done, life begins to rearrange itself around that certainty. You've already felt this shift. The moment you truly decided something, even before the evidence arrived, your body changed. Your posture shifted. You carried a different energy. And suddenly, things started moving. People responded differently. Opportunities surfaced. Not because you asked again, but because you finally stopped. Asking keeps the desire external. Declaring brings it internal. It turns your vision into an identity. It says, "This is who I am now." And when that identity is consistent, reality has no choice but to catch up. You're not here to ask the universe for permission. You're here to express the part of you that already knows. And once you make that shift, the things you are asking for show up. Not because you chased them, but because you matched them. The moment you move from asking to declaring is the moment life stops being something you wait for and starts being something that responds to you. Instantly, unmistakably, without hesitation. Because you finally remembered, you were never asking the universe for anything. You were always speaking to the mirror. Intention is the spark of creation. It's the quiet command that sends your signal into the field, telling reality what shape to take. But most intentions never fully land, not because they aren't strong enough, but because they're constantly interrupted, doubted, questioned, pulled apart by worry, fear, and overthinking. This is where the power of pure intention lives, not in the words you say, but in the signal you send when your desire is clean, focused, and free from interference. Most people don't set intentions, they start negotiations. They say what they want, then immediately begin questioning how it will happen, when it will come, and whether they're worthy of it. And in doing so, they split their energy. What began as a clear pulse gets muffled by the noise of mental interference. The universe doesn't ignore these signals. It listens, and what it hears is not the clarity of the intention. It hears the confusion of the vibration. Pure intention doesn't beg. It doesn't obsess. It doesn't follow its request with a checklist of fears. It simply declares and allows. It sets the direction, then steps back so the field can respond. The cleaner the signal, the faster the alignment. Not because you're lucky, but because nothing is blocking the transmission. You've experienced this before, a time when you were so clear, so sure, that you didn't overthink or micromanage it. You made the decision, held the intention, and let it breathe. And life responded, fast. That wasn't coincidence. That was the power of intention without interference. The interference doesn't come from lack of desire. It comes from doubt, from conditioning, from the fear that if you stop managing every detail, it won't happen. But that fear is the very thing slowing it down. The universe doesn't require your effort. It requires your coherence. And coherence comes from consistency, from trusting your own frequency enough to leave it untouched. To access this power, you have to learn the art of setting it and not touching it, like planting a seed and not digging it up to check if it's growing. Trust the process, Trust the field. Trust your own signal. Because once a pure intention is cast, the quantum begins to move. You don't need to visualize every second or repeat it 20 times a day. You need to feel it once, clearly, fully, in your bones. Then let it go with confidence, not as in forgetting it, but as in releasing control. The most magnetic intentions are the ones not dragged down by attachment. They're light, precise, anchored in knowing. This is the true art of manifestation. Not constant focus, but calibrated frequency. Not effort, but embodiment. The moment you release the need to manage the outcome, your pure intention becomes a beacon, and what matches it begins to find you naturally. Your role is not to force, it's to feel, to decide, to direct, and then to let the field do what it's always been designed to do, deliver, effortlessly, because you finally stopped interfering with what was already on its way. You've been taught to believe that in order to get what you want, you need to make it happen. That manifestation is about endless effort, micromanaging details, and staying busy so the universe knows you're serious. But this belief is built on a fundamental misunderstanding. Reality doesn't need your help. It only needs your alignment. Your job is not to push the process forward. It's to get into energetic harmony with what you've already asked for, and then let the field deliver. When you try to help reality, you're usually trying to control it. You want to manage the when, the how, the who. But the moment you begin doing that, you step out of alignment and into resistance. You move from trust to tension, from creation to interference. The very act of helping becomes a signal of doubt. I don't believe it's happening unless I control it. But the field doesn't respond to your work. It responds to your state. It doesn't care if you're doing 100 things a day, if all of them are built on the energy of fear, desperation, or force. What matters is the frequency you're holding, the identity you're living in, the emotional atmosphere you're radiating, because that's the blueprint the quantum follows. You've already seen this. When you're in flow, things line up. You're not forcing, you're not chasing, you're simply in tune. And reality bends. People appear. Solutions show up. Why? Because you're not trying to manage the outcome. You're embodying the version of you who naturally receives it. When you're aligned, reality doesn't need fixing. It doesn't need pushing. It needs you to stay in the vibration of done. That version of you, the one who already has the thing, already lives the vision, doesn't obsess, doesn't overanalyze. They walk with knowing, and from that knowing, the field responds with precision. The idea that you need to help reality is rooted in scarcity. The belief that if you don't do it, it won't happen. But reality is far more intelligent than your plans. It's orchestrating timelines, people, resources, and synchronicities you can't yet see. And it will do it faster, more efficiently, and more beautifully without your interference. Your only job is to hold the frequency that matches the life you want. To live, think, feel, and act like the version of you who is already there. The version who doesn't second-guess the process, because the process is always working. It's your misalignment that blocks it, not a lack of action, but a lack of trust. Let go of the need to help the universe. Let go of the pressure to make things happen. Reality doesn't need your stress, it needs your signal. And when your signal is clear, life organizes itself around it, not because you forced it, but because you aligned with it. That's when miracles stop feeling rare and start feeling normal, because you finally remembered your job wasn't to manage the outcome, it was to match it. There's a difference between power and pressure. One moves with clarity, the other moves with fear. Most people try to create results by pushing harder, doing more, forcing outcomes into place. They equate struggle with progress and hustle with worth. But real creation, the kind that feels light, precise, and deeply aligned, doesn't come from force. It comes from frequency. You don't need to push reality into submission. You need to tune your state so precisely that what you want has no choice but to arrive. Force is what happens when you don't trust the field. It's the backup plan for a misaligned energy. When you don't believe your frequency is enough, you resort to effort. You micromanage the path. You overthink every step. You try to make it happen because deep down you're afraid it won't. But every time you operate from that place, you're sending a signal of lack, not power. And the universe responds, not to your action, but to your energy behind the action. You've probably seen this in your own life. The job you got when you stopped obsessing. The relationship that appeared when you finally let go. The idea that landed when you weren't trying so hard to be creative. These weren't accidents. These were examples of what happens when force steps aside and alignment takes over. To create without force, you must shift your internal state first, before the plan, before the action, before the strategy. Who are you being? What energy are you broadcasting? What assumption are you holding? If you're vibrating with certainty, you don't need to push. You move with precision. You speak with clarity. And your field becomes magnetic, not because you're chasing, but because you're resonating. Creating results without force doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing what is natural from the version of you who already has it. It's not passive, it's potent. When you're in alignment, you don't waste energy. You take fewer steps, but those steps land. You speak less, but your words carry more weight. That's not magic, that's coherence. The version of you who is forcing is usually still trying to become. The version of you who is aligned has already decided, and that decision, made in the body, felt in the field, becomes the organizing principle of everything that follows. Stop trying to make it happen. Instead, ask, what would I do if I already knew it was mine? From that place, move. From that place, speak. Not to prove anything, not to control the result, but to express the version of you who no longer doubts the outcome. Force is loud. It's exhausting, and it rarely produces what you want. But alignment is quiet. It's exact, and it always delivers because it's rooted in the identity of someone who doesn't chase reality. They create it by being the match, not the muscle. There is no gap between where you are and where you want to be, only an identity you haven't yet stepped into. What you call the process, what you label becoming, is really just the journey of aligning with a version of yourself that already exists. This is the identity bridge, the space between your current self and the version of you who already has what you desire. And the fastest way to cross it is not by trying harder, it's by becoming that version now. Most people try to manifest from who they currently are, not realizing that their self-image is incompatible with the results they want. They ask for abundance while seeing themselves as someone who's barely scraping by. They desire love while holding the identity of someone who gets overlooked. They set goals while still carrying the energy of someone trying to prove they're worthy of them. And so nothing shifts, because the field doesn't respond to goals, it responds to identity. The version of you who already has the thing you want doesn't live in hope or hesitation. They don't wonder if it's possible. They don't act from fear or overcompensate with effort. They know. They move differently, think differently, make choices from a place of embodiment, not aspiration. And the moment you begin to live from their frequency, you collapse the timeline. You stop chasing. You become. The identity bridge is not crossed with time. It's crossed with decision, with presence, with daily embodiment. You ask, what would this version of me do today? And then you do it. Not to trick the universe, but to calibrate your field. You begin speaking the way they'd speak, dressing the way they'd dress, choosing the way they'd choose, not as a performance, but as a declaration. This is who I am now. That identity shift changes everything. Because once your field holds the vibration of the version that already has it, reality mirrors it back. Not slowly, not maybe, but immediately. Because in the quantum field, identity is causation. When you become the one who already has it, you no longer need to attract it. You are it. This is why action without identity, work often fails. Because the actions come from misalignment, from fear, from lack. But when your identity is anchored, your actions flow. You don't need motivation. You move naturally because it's who you are. The field stops resisting you because you've stopped resisting yourself. The identity bridge isn't something you cross once. It's something you walk daily, until the new you becomes your only home, until the habits, thoughts, and frequency of your future self become so normal that you forget you ever lived another way. This is the shift, from wanting to being, from chasing to embodying, from someday to now. The version of you who already has it isn't waiting for proof. They're waiting for you to remember, to rise, and to walk across the bridge into everything that was already yours. You've been taught that change takes time, that growth is linear, that manifestation follows a step-by-step process, and you'll get there eventually if you stay consistent enough. But in the quantum field, time doesn't function like that. It doesn't flow in a straight line. It exists all at once. Every possibility, every version of you, every outcome already alive in the now. Time jumping is not fantasy. It's frequency. It's the art of shifting your identity so fully that you collapse the distance between where you are and where you want to be, not by force, but by resonance. The future you desire is not far away. It's already encoded in the field. A timeline where you are thriving, confident, at peace, in love, deeply fulfilled, exists right now. And the only reason you're not living it is because you haven't aligned with the version of yourself that inhabits it. You don't have to wait for life to catch up. You have to catch up with you. Time jumping happens the moment you stop relating to your future as something you hope to reach and start embodying it as a frequency you choose now. Not someday, not when the conditions are perfect, but in this breath, in this moment. You tune into the feeling, the posture, the rhythm of the self who already has what you're chasing. And by doing so, you begin to live from the vibration of your destination instead of the gravity of your past. This is not pretending, it's precision. You don't fake being the future version of you. You become them in your choices, your voice, your pace. You dress as they would dress. You walk into rooms as they would walk. You speak as they would speak, grounded, not grasping. That shift in being is what collapses time. Not action for the sake of proof, but embodiment for the sake of alignment. You've likely experienced time jumps already. Moments where something shifted so fast it felt surreal. You let go of an old version of you and something snapped into place. An opportunity, a relationship, a breakthrough. That wasn't luck. That was a vibrational relocation. You left one version of reality and landed in another, not by effort, but by identity. The key is consistency. The more time you spend anchored in the timeline you want, the more solid it becomes. Reality begins to respond, not just with moments, but with momentum. You start noticing signs, synchronicities, outcomes that feel too fast to make sense. But that's because you're no longer operating by linear rules. You're living in resonance, and resonance doesn't wait. You don't need time to transform. You need decision. You need clarity. You need to feel the energy of where you're going so clearly that your current life has no choice but to rearrange. You're not chasing your future. You're calling it into now, by being the version of you who already lives there. That's how you jump timelines. And you don't need a portal. You are the portal. Before anything shows up in your life, it arrives in your energy. Long before the opportunity, the relationship, the money, or the moment, you've already sent out the signal that made it possible. This is why energy always precedes events. Reality doesn't just happen, it reflects. It mirrors back the tone, the emotion, the frequency you've been embodying, not the one you hope to project when things finally fall into place, but the one you carry now in your baseline state. Most people try to create results with action alone. They take the steps, follow the strategy, do what they're supposed to do, and wonder why the outcomes still don't match. It's not because they're doing it wrong. It's because their energy hasn't caught up to the version of themselves who has the result. And the universe can't deliver what your field hasn't yet declared. You don't attract what you want. You attract what your nervous system believes is normal, what your body and field have rehearsed as safe, familiar, expected. That's why new results don't just require new behavior, they require a new energetic identity, one that holds the vibration of the reality you say you're ready for. Everything you see in your current life is old data, a reflection of who you were being days, weeks, months ago. The job you have, the people around you, the flow or friction of your experiences. All of it is delayed feedback from your past frequency. That's not punishment. That's precision. And it means you're never stuck. You're simply watching the playback of an old broadcast. The moment you change the signal, the output must shift, but you have to hold it long enough for the field to recalibrate. This is why internal work is not optional, it's foundational, because the clearer your energy becomes, the faster your life reflects it. Not because you've done more, but because your signal is no longer scattered. There's no contradiction, no friction between what you say you want and what your frequency is declaring. And in that coherence, reality responds faster, cleaner, with less resistance. You've felt this before. The moment you let go of fear and something unlocked. The day you decided you were done with doubt and clarity landed. That wasn't random. That was energy shifting first, and the event arriving second. The field doesn't need time. It needs resonance. So if you're waiting for things to change before you feel different, you're missing the point. You feel different first. You align first. You become the match for what you want before you see it. And once your energy holds that identity consistently, the field can't help but deliver. Events don't change energy. Energy creates events. You don't wait for a new experience to become a new you. You become the new you, and the experience has no choice but to appear, not because you forced it, but because the energy already arrived, and everything else was simply catching up. There's a moment when the waiting ends, when you stop looking for proof that you're on the right path, when you stop needing signs from the universe to validate your next step. That moment is when you realize you were never supposed to chase signs. You were supposed to be one. This is the shift from seeking external confirmation to embodying internal certainty. This is when you stop waiting for signs and start becoming the signal. Most people are looking outside themselves for guidance. They scan the world for repeating numbers, meaningful coincidences, or synchronicities to tell them it's time to move. But in doing so, they give away their power. They wait for permission instead of standing in knowing. They hesitate when the sign doesn't come, or they question everything when it does. And this creates confusion, not clarity, dependency, not alignment. The truth is, the universe reflects your dominant state. If you're unsure, it mirrors that. If you're waiting, it delays. But when you decide, fully, energetically, without flinching, you stop needing signs because you start leading with your frequency. You stop asking, "Is this right?" and start declaring, "This is who I am now." And reality doesn't argue with that. It follows it. Becoming the signal means you no longer outsource your intuition. You no longer ask life to convince you. You trust yourself so deeply that your presence becomes a message, not just to people, but to the field itself. Your clarity becomes the organizing force. Your decision becomes the activation. The people who seem guided aren't constantly looking for signs. They're clear, aligned, grounded in who they've chosen to be. And the world responds to that clarity with speed, direction, and support. Not because they waited for proof, but because they were the proof. You've likely experienced this already. The moment you stopped second-guessing and just moved, something shifted, doors opened, resources appeared. Not because the universe suddenly approved of you, but because you finally stopped diluting your signal. You weren't waiting anymore. You were transmitting. Signs can be beautiful. They can feel supportive. But they're meant to be mirrors, not maps. They reflect who you're being, not where you should go. If you're constantly asking for a sign, what you're really saying is, "I don't trust my own knowing yet." And that's the signal the universe listens to. So, flip the script. Don't chase synchronicity. Create it. Become the version of you who walks in such alignment that signs follow, not lead. That clarity arrives not because you searched for it, but because it was radiating from you the entire time. When you stop waiting for signs and start becoming the signal, life stops testing your readiness and starts responding to your embodiment. You are not here to ask if you're aligned. You are here to decide and watch the world rearrange to match your signal, instantly, relentlessly, unmistakably. There comes a moment on the path when you realize you've been trying too hard, not because you're weak or lazy, but because you've been efforting from misalignment. You've been pushing through force instead of moving from flow. And even though your intentions are clear and your goals are valid, something always feels just out of reach. That's when you're called to something deeper, not more effort, but more embodiment. This is the end of efforting and the rise of embodied knowing. Efforting is a symptom of doubt. It says, "I don't believe this will happen unless I force it." It lives in your nervous system as tension, in your thoughts as over-analysis, and in your habits as hustle. It's driven by fear disguised as discipline. And while it may create results, those results are often fragile, short-lived, or draining. Because when you effort your way into reality, you also carry the weight of keeping it alive. Embodied knowing is different. It doesn't strive, it transmits. It doesn't chase, it radiates. It's the state where you are so anchored in who you've chosen to be that reality begins to organize itself around your frequency. You don't have to prove, perform, or pursue. You simply are. And that beingness becomes the magnet. This kind of knowing doesn't come from logic. It doesn't need external validation. It's felt in the body before it's ever seen in results. It's the moment you realize, I am this now. And from that certainty, your actions become minimal but impactful. You're no longer trying to get the thing, you've already become the person who has it. And that changes everything. You've felt this before. That moment when you stopped trying to impress someone and just showed up fully, and everything clicked. Or when you stopped obsessing over your next step and suddenly the clarity landed. That wasn't magic. That was embodiment. That was your field aligning with your truth and the world responding immediately. The more you effort, the more you imply that you're not already enough. But the more you embody, the more you declare that you are. The field doesn't reward your struggle. It reflects your state. And embodied knowing is the most powerful state there is, because it doesn't beg for change. It doesn't fight for transformation. It is the transformation. This doesn't mean you stop acting. It means your actions become extensions of identity, not attempts to prove it. They flow from you naturally, with precision and grace, not because you're trying harder, but because you finally stopped trying at all. The end of efforting is not the end of ambition. It's the beginning of sovereignty. It's the point where you realize you no longer have to become. You simply have to remember who you are, what you carry, and what happens when you stop chasing alignment and start living it, fully, boldly, quietly powerful, absolutely unstoppable. You don't have to shout to be heard. You don't have to explain to be understood. You don't need to declare your desires to the world for them to take shape. The most powerful signal you can ever send is one that doesn't require sound at all. This is commanding reality through silent knowing, the energy of absolute inner certainty that moves the field without effort, noise, or announcement. Silent knowing doesn't try to convince. It doesn't look for signs. It doesn't second guess. It simply is. It's the internal state that says, it's done, before anything physical has happened. It's not loud, but it's unshakable. You walk differently. You breathe differently. And the world begins to mirror that difference. Not because you're pushing, but because your frequency is undeniable. Most people try to command reality with their voice. They use affirmations, scripting, vision boards. These tools can help, but only if they're rooted in truth. And truth doesn't come from repetition. It comes from embodiment. If your words say one thing, but your energy is uncertain, the field listens to your energy every time. Because reality doesn't respond to noise. It responds to coherence. Silent knowing is coherence in its purest form. It's the vibration of already aligned, already worthy, already receiving. There's no need to announce it, because the field is already adjusting. Reality moves not when you speak about what you want, but when you become the version of yourself who no longer needs to ask. You've seen this in others. Someone walks into a room and they don't say much, but their presence shifts the atmosphere. You don't know why, but you trust them. You feel them. That's not charisma. That's certainty. It's their silent knowing commanding the space without effort. You've felt it in yourself too. The moments when you stopped trying and just knew. When you made a decision and didn't talk about it, but everything began to align. The day you said nothing, but walked in the energy of, it's already mine, and something shifted. That wasn't coincidence. That was resonance. That was the universe responding to a signal too pure to ignore. To command reality through silent knowing, you don't need a perfect mindset. You need a practiced embodiment. You step into the feeling of done and let that be enough. You stop arguing with the field. You stop narrating your doubts. You move in stillness, but that stillness carries weight. The loudest frequency is the one that doesn't waver, and silent knowing doesn't waver. It doesn't need evidence, it creates evidence. It doesn't hope, it anchors. You don't need to tell the world who you are. You need to remember it so completely that the world has no choice but to respond. Not because you announced it, but because you became it. Commanding reality isn't about force, it's about frequency, and the most potent frequency is always the one that stands silently, yet absolutely, in truth. Most people start their day in reaction. They reach for their phones, check messages, absorb the world's energy before even connecting with their own. From the first moment they open their eyes, they begin responding to noise, to expectations, to momentum that doesn't belong to them. And in doing so, they unconsciously step into someone else's timeline. But as a creator, you don't begin your day that way. You program it, intentionally, consciously, from the inside out. Programming your day isn't about controlling every outcome. It's about deciding who you are before the world tries to tell you. It's about setting your energetic frequency so precisely that reality begins to organize itself around your signal instead of your circumstance. It's not about what happens today, it's about who you choose to be as it happens. Before the world has a chance to pull you into old patterns, you pause, you breathe, you choose. You drop into the version of you who is already aligned, already powerful, already receiving. You don't need to meditate for an hour or recite 100 affirmations. You simply connect to your core frequency, the tone of your truth, and let it fill your body. Programming your day as a creator means you don't wait to see how it goes. You decide how it goes, not with rigid expectations, but with energetic clarity. You declare, I move through this day with ease. I radiate certainty. I receive what is already mine. And then you walk into the world not looking for evidence, but knowing you are the evidence. This isn't about forcing outcomes. It's about aligning with identity. You stop trying to predict every moment and start becoming the version of you that handles every moment with grace. And because your frequency is stable, the chaos around you loses its grip. You're no longer reacting to reality. You're generating it, moment by moment, breath by breath. You've experienced this before. Days where everything just flowed, where people responded to you differently, where opportunities showed up without effort. Those weren't random. They were the result of internal coherence. Your energy was locked in, and reality mirrored it. This practice doesn't start with your to-do list. It starts with your to-be list. Who are you going to be today? Grounded, confident, magnetic. You don't wait to feel those things. You become them first. And when challenges arise, you don't slip back into reaction. You remember your code. You remember what you've already chosen. Your day is not a script written by your circumstances. It's a program designed by your state. So write it intentionally. Speak it into form. Hold it with presence. You don't need to chase alignment throughout the day if you begin the day as alignment itself. Because when you program your day as a creator, life no longer pulls you off course. It meets you on the frequency you chose, because you remembered that reality responds to the one who codes it first. And today, that's you. It's easy to be aligned when everything is going well. When the money's flowing, the people are supportive, the path is clear. In those moments, holding the frequency of your highest self feels effortless. But what about when it's not easy? When life feels loud, unpredictable, or unstable? That's when most people drop back into survival, into fear, reaction, and old identity. But the true mastery of the creator isn't just in summoning power during peace, it's in sustaining it during chaos. Chaos isn't the enemy, it's a mirror. It reveals the parts of you that are still conditional, still waiting for external permission to feel grounded. It shows you where your identity is anchored, on shifting outcomes or on internal truth. Most people collapse when things fall apart because their alignment was circumstantial. It depended on the illusion of control. But creators know that real power comes from the frequency you carry, not the environment you're in. When chaos hits, the field gets noisy, and your job is not to silence the world, it's to stabilize your signal. You return to the identity you've chosen, the version of you who doesn't need calm to feel certain, who doesn't wait for clarity to move with intention. You don't let the storm decide your frequency, you let your frequency transform the storm. Sustaining the creator frequency during chaos means becoming the eye of the hurricane, still, present, powerful. It means witnessing the external swirl without internal collapse. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "Who do I get to be in this moment?" That shift alone takes you out of reaction and places you back in authorship. This doesn't mean you ignore your emotions. It means you don't become them. You feel the fear without feeding it. You hold space for uncertainty without becoming unstable. You remind your system, "We've been here before, we rise anyway." Because you've trained for this, not in comfort, but in consistency. You ground into rituals. You breathe before you respond. You check in with your energy before you act. You ask, does this next move come from fear or from identity? And you choose the one that keeps your field coherent, even if everything outside of you feels out of control. This is the moment most people abandon their frequency. But if you hold it, if you anchor into the truth of who you are, even when life doesn't look like it's working, something powerful happens. You start bending the chaos. The noise quiets. The pieces rearrange. Not because you fixed them, but because you never left your center long enough to let them define you. Chaos is not the end. It's the test. And when you learn to remain the signal no matter the storm, reality begins to respect your consistency. Because you've proven you're not just aligned when it's easy. You are alignment, even when everything else forgets what that looks like. The quantum field is not mystical, it's mechanical. It doesn't respond to hope, effort, or potential. It responds to certainty. Not the kind you fake to impress yourself, not the kind that wavers under pressure. The kind that lives in your body as a quiet, unshakable knowing. The kind that doesn't ask, "Will this happen?" because it already decided, "This is happening." That's the energy the quantum listens to. That's the signal that bends timelines. That's how you step into the field with power. Most people enter the quantum field with conditions. They say they want the thing, but underneath the desire lives a string of mental negotiations. As long as it doesn't take too long, as long as it's not too hard, as long as I feel ready. But the field doesn't align with conditions. It aligns with coherence. And coherence only exists when your body, your thoughts, and your frequency are all saying the same thing, already done. You don't step into the quantum field by hoping for better circumstances. You step in by embodying the version of you who already lives in those circumstances. That version doesn't wait, doesn't check for signs, doesn't ask for reassurance. They are the reassurance. Their presence is the signal, and the field mirrors that back without question. This is why timelines can collapse so quickly, because the moment you fully lock into the identity that matches your vision, reality starts bending to it. Not gradually, instantly. You may not see the full result immediately, but the shift in momentum, opportunity, and alignment begins right away. Because the quantum doesn't move slowly. It moves at the speed of decision. But the decision must be real. It must live in your frequency, not just in your words. If you say, "This is my year," but still carry the doubt of the person who didn't get what they wanted last year, the field reads the doubt, not the declaration. The field responds to dominant vibration, not your best moment, but your consistent signal. Stepping into the quantum field with certainty means becoming unavailable for anything that contradicts the reality you've chosen. It means refusing to entertain stories, thoughts, or emotions that belong to the version of you who didn't know this was already done. You don't fight those thoughts, you simply stop identifying with them. They're echoes, not instructions. You replace waiting with walking, wondering with knowing, hoping with becoming. And from that frequency, life starts moving, not because you forced it, but because you finally met the field with a signal strong enough to reshape it. The quantum doesn't delay, it reflects. The question is, what are you asking it to reflect? Because the moment your certainty becomes louder than your fear, the field responds, not with resistance, but with recognition. And from that recognition, the impossible begins to feel inevitable. Not because you wished harder, but because you finally became the version of you who no longer needed to wish at all. You don't speak to the universe with words, you speak through emotion. Long before reality shifts on the surface, it listens to the tone of your energy. Your thoughts might be organized, your goals written down, your affirmations on repeat. But if your emotions are out of tune, the signal doesn't land. This is the truth most people overlook. Reality listens through feeling. It responds not to what you say, but to what you are emotionally broadcasting. Emotion is the amplifier of frequency. It's the glue that binds thought to form. A thought without emotional charge is like a signal with no volume, weak, inconsistent, easily drowned out. But a thought powered by deep emotion? That becomes magnetic. That becomes a tuning fork for the field to organize around. You're already doing this. Every day. You feel a certain way about money, and that feeling creates a pattern. You feel a certain way about relationships, and the field reflects it back. You think you're reacting to life, but life is reacting to you, specifically to the emotion you're holding underneath your actions and expectations. The problem is, most people try to manifest from misaligned emotion. They say, "I want abundance," but they feel anxious, scarce, or unworthy. That's the real signal. The desire is the surface. The emotion is the message. And the field doesn't respond to the surface. It responds to the signal. To tune the field, you must tune you. That doesn't mean forcing positivity or suppressing real emotions. It means becoming aware of your emotional baseline and learning how to shift it. Not because you're chasing a feeling, but because you understand your feeling is shaping the very structure of your reality. This isn't about denying pain or pretending you're fine. It's about consciously choosing what emotional state you live in, day after day. Emotional awareness is your creative superpower. When you're aware of what you're feeling, you can move it. You can breathe through it. You can transmute it. But when you ignore it, it becomes the quiet code that reality builds itself on, without your permission. You've experienced this already. The days when you felt light, clear, grateful, how everything seemed to align almost effortlessly. That wasn't luck. That was the field responding to a clean signal, emotionally tuned, fully aligned. And on the days when everything felt stuck, heavy, or resistant, that wasn't failure. It was feedback. The field telling you your emotional tone needed recalibration. So if you want to change what shows up, change what you feel. not as performance, but as embodiment. Ask yourself, what would I be feeling if this were already mine? And then choose to anchor into that, again and again, until the signal becomes your new normal. Because when your emotion and desire finally match, the field hears it clearly, and once it hears, it delivers, not with delay, but with precision. Reality is always listening. The question is, what are you feeling it into form with? Most people stand outside their desires, waiting for something to pull them in. They look at the life they want like it's behind a glass wall, close enough to see, but too far to touch. They think, once I get there, I'll feel it. Once it shows up, I'll become it. But that's not how creation works. You don't wait outside the life you want, hoping to be invited in. You step inside it, energetically, emotionally, identity first. You start living inside the creation and you let reality catch up. You were taught to look at your goals as destinations, distant points you must strive toward. So naturally, you create from the outside. You think in terms of conditions. What needs to happen before you can feel free, abundant, confident, fulfilled? But when you do that, you delay the manifestation, because the field doesn't deliver what you observe from a distance. It delivers what you inhabit. Creation happens from the inside out, not by observing what's missing, but by becoming what's already there in the unseen. The moment you step into your creation, not as an idea, but as a frequency, you begin living in the vibration of the outcome, and that changes everything. You speak differently, you make decisions differently, you move as the one who already knows. Living inside the creation means you don't wait to feel like it's working. You feel it working, and because of that, it begins to work. You stop checking for signs. You stop needing proof. You stop rehearsing your doubt. You've already entered the room of your vision, and you don't keep walking back out just to see if the door will open again. You've likely lived outside your creation for a long time, thinking it's coming, thinking it's close. But closeness isn't the point. Frequency is. You could be miles away from it in your body and 5 minutes from it in your mind. It's not about distance, it's about dimension. And the dimension you live in is determined by your state. To live inside the creation is to treat it as done, not in the future, not if everything goes right, but now. You respond to life from the version of you who already lives in the reality you desire. And even if the world hasn't reflected it yet, your field already has, and the field is always first. You don't need to visualize constantly or beg the universe to deliver. You need to step in, fully, boldly, and hold that frequency long enough that it becomes your default, not your goal. Because the moment you stop living as the observer and start living as the resident, the outside world stops looking like a dream and starts looking like your address. You're not meant to orbit around your vision. You're meant to live inside it, because that's where creation becomes real. That's where you stop watching it and start being it. You're not waiting for your future self to arrive. You are meant to become them now, not when you have the results, not when everything lines up, but now, in this breath, in this body, in this moment. Walking as the future self in the present is the fastest way to collapse timelines, because the future you is not out there somewhere, waiting. They already exist in the field, and the sooner you start walking like them, thinking like them, making choices like them, the sooner reality mirrors them back to you. Most people keep their future self at arm's length. They speak of who they want to be like it's a version they'll meet someday, when life gives them permission, when the money comes, when the confidence shows up, when the pain subsides. But that's not how transformation works. You don't become the future self after life changes. Life changes, because you became them. You've already seen this in flashes, the moments you embodied more than your fear. When you made a decision from trust, not survival. When you walked into the room and felt your energy shift, not because something changed, but because you did. That wasn't a fluke. That was a glimpse of your future self taking the wheel. And the more you let that version lead, the more aligned your life becomes. Walking as the future self doesn't mean pretending. It means tuning in, asking, what does the version of me who already lives my vision feel like? How do they move? How do they speak? What do they tolerate? And what do they release? Then, moment by moment, choosing from that place. You don't need to do this perfectly. You just need to do it consistently. You anchor into that identity, and you let it inform your posture, your pace, your tone. You treat your current life like sacred training ground. Every interaction becomes a chance to embody more of what you're becoming. Every choice becomes a vote for the version of you who already arrived. Eventually, the gap closes. The person you used to chase becomes the person you are, and the world starts treating you accordingly, not because you forced it, but because you matched it. That's how the field works. It doesn't wait for circumstances. It responds to self-concept. So stop putting your future self on a pedestal. Invite them in. Walk with them. Speak as them. Decide as them. Let them be the standard, not the destination. Because the longer you wait to feel like them, the longer you delay becoming them. This is not about acting. It's about accessing. Accessing the wisdom, the frequency, the presence of the version of you who no longer questions if it's happening, because they already are it. And when you live that way long enough, the future doesn't just unfold, it starts following your lead. There's a moment that every creator encounters, a moment when your inner world has shifted, but your outer world hasn't caught up. You've chosen a new identity. You've aligned with a new frequency. You're walking as the version of you who already has the thing. But the evidence? It's not here yet. The money hasn't landed. The opportunity hasn't come. The breakthrough is still unseen. And in that space, doubt creeps in. That's when the real work begins, not in creating the outcome, but in holding the state while the outcome arrives. Reality has a delay. It's not personal. It's not punishment. It's physics. Your frequency shifts immediately, but the physical world needs time to reorganize. Most people don't make it through this gap. They align for a few days, then start scanning the world for signs. When nothing appears fast enough, they slip. They question. They drop back into the old identity, not because they failed, but because they mistook the lag for a lack. But the ones who stay in alignment, even when the mirror hasn't changed, those are the ones who collapse timelines. Because the field isn't responding to your need for proof, it's responding to your consistency. The more you hold the signal of your future self, the faster the world reflects it. Not because you forced it, but because you didn't abandon it. To hold your state, you have to stop measuring your alignment by what you see. You stop asking, where is it? And you start saying, it's already mine. You detach from timelines, you release your grip on conditions, and you return again and again to the frequency of already worthy, already chosen, already there. This is where most of the rewiring happens, not when the thing arrives, but in the space between, in the silence, in the gap, when nothing seems to be moving, and yet everything is. That's where your nervous system learns to trust the unseen. That's where your identity cements. That's where you become unshakable, not because you got the result, but because you became the result first. Holding your state is not passive. It's active recalibration. It's noticing when your thoughts start drifting back into doubt and choosing not to follow. It's catching the urge to look for evidence and breathing instead. It's saying, even here, I remember who I am, even when it's quiet, even when it's slow. And the moment you hold that energy longer than your past patterns used to hold you, something cracks. A shift occurs. The reflection starts to change, not as a reward, but as a response. Because you finally stayed in the signal long enough for the world to recognize it as your new normal. Reality might lag, but your identity doesn't have to. Keep holding, keep knowing, keep being. Because the moment you decide to hold the state, no matter what, is the moment reality starts racing to meet you. Change doesn't happen just because you want it. It happens because you become certain about it. Not in bursts, not in moments of fleeting motivation, but in the quiet, repeated decisions you make each day to embody a new truth. That's where rituals come in, not as routines, not as superstitions, but as anchors. Anchors of certainty, structures that remind the field, and more importantly, remind you who you are and what reality you've chosen to live in. This is how you anchor reality through rituals of certainty. Most people live by reaction. They wake up and check in with the world before they check in with their truth. They let the news, the numbers, or their inbox determine their state, and so they drift. One day they're in alignment, the next day they're not. Not because they lack clarity, but because they lack anchoring. A ritual isn't about performance, it's about presence. It's a daily way of saying, this is the reality I'm choosing, regardless of what's showing up around me. Your rituals don't need to be elaborate. They need to be intentional. A few minutes of stillness in the morning, tuning into the version of you who already has what you're calling in. A daily statement spoken not to beg the universe, but to remind your field, this is who I am now. A movement, a mantra, a breath, a visualization, anything that grounds you into the frequency of already done. Because when you show up to your reality with consistency, reality starts responding with consistency. Not because the ritual has magic, but because you do. And when you repeat something often enough with emotional clarity and inner conviction, it becomes your new baseline. Your nervous system relaxes, your identity stabilizes, and the field reflects that. You've already done this before, anchored into a version of you through repetition. But most of the time, it happens unconsciously. You rehearse fear, you repeat lack, you engage in rituals of doubt, checking the bank account obsessively, replaying worst-case scenarios, looking for signs of failure. These are rituals too, just misaligned ones. So the goal isn't just to create new habits, it's to replace the old energetic rituals with ones that reinforce certainty, not survival. Your rituals become sacred when they stop being things you do and start becoming expressions of who you are. You don't light a candle to hope it works. You do it because the version of you who already has the life you want does that. You don't write in your journal to fix your reality. You write to reinforce the one you've already stepped into. Certainty is built, not found. And rituals are the bricks. They anchor your frequency when the world tries to pull you back into doubt. They keep you stable when the evidence is late. They remind you that you're not becoming, you've already become. And when that's your foundation, reality has no choice but to fall in line. Not someday, not if, but inevitably, because you anchored it again and again and again, until it could no longer forget who you are. The version of you who already has it isn't hoping, isn't waiting, isn't checking for signs. They're simply being, living, receiving. When you master the energy of already having, you no longer vibrate in longing. You vibrate in ownership. And the universe doesn't delay that energy. It meets it with reflections that match it, effortlessly. Because this is the secret to manifestation that most people overlook. You don't get what you want. You get what you already are. Wanting is a gap. It implies distance. It says, it's not here yet. And the frequency of not having becomes what the field responds to. So even if you're doing all the right things, visualizing, affirming, meditating, if your dominant energy is still, I'm waiting for it, then waiting becomes your reality. Not because you're wrong or unworthy, but because the signal is incomplete. The energy of already having feels different. It's not frantic. It's not needy. It doesn't come from a place of trying to force things into existence. It flows from trust, from calm, from quiet authority. When you embody this energy, you stop needing proof because you've become the proof. You walk through the world like the outcome is already done, and the world responds accordingly. Mastering this energy means you begin to think, speak, and move from your end result, not toward it. You drop the identity of the one who's chasing, and you step into the identity of the one who's already aligned. Your choices change, your emotions regulate, your nervous system relaxes, not because something external happened, but because you stopped living in lack. This doesn't mean pretending. It means accessing the feeling you think the manifestation will give you, and choosing to embody that now. Peace, power, confidence, freedom. Those aren't emotions that arrive after the result. They are the cause of the result. You magnetize what you emotionally normalize, and the more you can feel into already mine, the faster your outer world begins to mirror that inner truth. You've done this before. You've had moments where you just knew something was going to work out. You weren't anxious. You weren't obsessing. You simply carried the energy of already. And sure enough, it unfolded exactly as you felt it would. That wasn't a coincidence. That was alignment. That was frequency doing its job. So if things feel stuck, ask yourself, am I living in the frequency of having, or in the emotion of waiting? Be honest. Then shift, gently, consistently. Breathe into the version of you who isn't wondering if it will happen. They're choosing how to enjoy it now that it has. When you master the energy of already having, you collapse the timeline between desire and reality. You're no longer rehearsing a future. You're embodying a present. And the field, always obedient, reflects what you are, not what you wish for. Be it now. Hold it now. Live it now. Because the version of you who already has it was never waiting. They were just remembering. Wanting is where most people get stuck. They think desire is the beginning of manifestation, but they don't realize that lingering in wanting is also what keeps their desires at a distance. Wanting feels like focus, like clarity, like ambition, but energetically it sends a very specific message. I don't yet have it. And the universe, ever precise, reflects that frequency back. What you continue to want, you continue to keep just out of reach. Because wanting, by its very nature, implies lack. There comes a point on the path where you realize that true manifestation doesn't come from wanting more. It comes from being more certain, more embodied, more aligned with the version of you who no longer wants the thing because they're already living it. This is the end of wanting. The moment you shift from desire into fulfillment, not because the physical thing has shown up, but because the internal state has already arrived. When desire is fulfilled in advance, you stop chasing. You stop seeking. You stop using your energy to beg the universe for change, and instead use it to broadcast completion. You don't just wish for love, You walk in the energy of being loved. You don't just long for wealth, you carry yourself like someone who trusts money completely. That shift, subtle but potent, collapses timelines, because the quantum doesn't deliver to those who are waiting. It responds to those who are living in the vibration of already. This doesn't mean you kill your desires. It means you evolve them. You stop using them as evidence of what's missing and start using them as mirrors of who you are becoming. You honor the desire, but instead of placing it in the future, you pull it into the present. You feel what it would feel like if it were done, and you let that feeling be enough. Not because you're settling, but because you've stopped resisting. You've likely felt this before. The moment you let go of needing it, it arrived. The moment you stopped chasing, it found you. Not because you stopped caring, but because you stopped vibrating in lack. You no longer needed the desire to prove anything. You became the version of yourself who had already received it. And in that shift, everything moved. The end of wanting is not the end of creation. It's the beginning of embodiment. It's where you stop living in the energy of not yet and start living in the frequency of now. The desire still exists, but it's no longer a gap. It's a gravitational field, one you pull toward you not with longing, but with resonance. When desire is fulfilled in advance, you no longer wish, you remember. And that remembrance is what brings the future into form, not by chasing it, but by finally realizing you were never waiting. You were always becoming, until you became. Most people wait for the world to confirm their transformation. They wait to feel successful until the money shows up. They wait to feel loved until the relationship arrives. They wait to feel powerful until they get the recognition. But reality doesn't work that way. It doesn't show you who you want to be. It mirrors back who you've already decided to be. This is why the shift happens not when life reflects your identity, but when you radiate it before the reflection exists. Radiating the identity before it's reflected means embodying the truth of who you've chosen to become, even when nothing around you looks different yet. It means walking like the person who already lives in the timeline you're calling in, speaking from that place, moving from that place. Not because you're trying to trick the universe, but because you've already made the internal shift. The field doesn't respond to desire. It responds to embodiment. You don't need the outer world to catch up before you begin living as the version of you who already has it. You lead with identity. You radiate it so clearly that the reflection becomes inevitable. Not because you forced it, but because you matched it before it had time to form. Most people wait to become who they are. They delay confidence until they've earned it. They withhold joy until something happens. They postpone peace until conditions are perfect. But creation doesn't work in delay. It works in decision. And once you decide who you are, the world adjusts. Slowly at first, then suddenly, but only when the energy is stable, only when the broadcast is consistent. Radiating identity isn't about pretending. It's not fake it till you make it energy. It's tuning into the truth that already exists inside you. The future version of you, the one who has what you want, is not a fantasy. It's a frequency. And when you live from that frequency now, you draw the reflection toward you. The mirror doesn't move first. You do. So you stop waiting for feedback. You stop searching for signs. You stop checking the timeline for progress updates. Instead, you become the signal. You walk into every room carrying the posture of the person who no longer doubts. You act in alignment with someone who already received the thing. You radiate the energy of done, and life begins to shape around it. You've done this before. That one day when you chose differently, when you carried yourself differently, and people responded without knowing why. That wasn't coincidence. That was identity taking the lead. When you radiate the identity before it's reflected, you flip the creation process. You stop reacting. You start generating. And what once felt far away begins to rearrange around you, not because reality changed on its own, but because you did. You became the signal. You led the mirror. And finally, the world caught up. True power doesn't announce itself. It doesn't demand, beg, or prove. It doesn't come with volume or force. It moves quietly, precisely, unmistakably. That's the essence of energetic authority, not domination, not performance, but the subtle command of someone who knows exactly who they are and no longer seeks confirmation from the outside world. This isn't about controlling others. It's about being in such deep alignment with your own frequency that everything around you begins to calibrate to it. Energetic authority is not something you achieve. It's something you remember. It's your natural state before conditioning taught you to doubt, shrink, or ask for permission. It's the presence you reclaim when you stop outsourcing your power to circumstances, when you no longer need your environment to agree with your truth before you decide to live it. Most people speak from uncertainty. They move with fragmented energy. They try to manifest while questioning their worth, while seeking validation, while scanning for signs. And so their field becomes unstable, not because they're broken, but because they've forgotten how to hold energy. Not just visit it, not just hope for it, but hold it. Steady, quiet, anchored. Energetic authority is the art of holding your vibration without chasing results. You don't need to convince anyone. You don't even need to be understood. You walk in the knowing, and the room adjusts. People respond differently. Opportunities find you. The right timing shows up. Not because you forced it, but because your energy became the loudest thing in the space, even in silence. You've witnessed this before. The person who walks in and instantly shifts the atmosphere without saying a word. The friend who speaks gently, but their words land with weight. That's not charisma. That's energetic clarity. That's someone who's decided to stop negotiating with their truth and started living from it. To embody this subtle art, you must first become deeply aware of what you're radiating, not the mask, not the words, but the underneath, the tone of your presence. Are you walking in trust or tension, in sovereignty or performance? Are you speaking from your center or from a need to be approved? Authority isn't rigid, it's rooted. It doesn't need to shout because it's already heard. It doesn't chase because it already knows. And when you carry that energy into your life, people feel it. Life feels it. The field reads your signal and organizes itself around your stability. This is not a performance. It's a posture, a frequency, a decision to stop explaining and start embodying. The more consistent your inner authority becomes, the less external chaos can pull you out of alignment. Because energetic authority isn't about control, it's about coherence. It's not about being the loudest voice in the room, it's about being the clearest. And when you are, the universe responds, not with resistance, but with reverence, because it always mirrors the one who leads from within. The world is not responding to what you want, it's responding to what you are. Every moment, your reality is mirroring back your internal state, not as a punishment or a reward, but as pure reflection. This is the mirror principle, and when you master it, you stop reacting to life and start reading it. You realize nothing is random. Every delay, every opportunity, every interaction is feedback. It's your field speaking back to you, and the clearer your energy becomes, the more precise the echo. Most people live as if the world is separate from them. They try to fix things on the outside without looking at what they're projecting from the inside. They ask, "Why is this happening to me?" instead of asking, "What is this reflecting in me?" But life is never happening to you. It's happening through you, in perfect alignment with your dominant vibration. You don't attract what you say. You attract what you broadcast through thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and identity. Mastering the mirror requires honesty, radical self-awareness, the willingness to take responsibility not just for your actions, but for your frequency. If you're constantly met with resistance, maybe you're carrying resistance. If people don't listen to you, maybe you're not fully listening to yourself. If opportunities keep slipping, maybe you haven't yet stabilized the identity that feels safe receiving them. That's not judgment. It's information. The mirror isn't here to shame you. It's here to show you. And once you start using the mirror as a tool instead of a trap, everything shifts. You stop arguing with what is. You stop reacting to surface-level events. Instead, you zoom out. You observe. You calibrate. You understand that the world will always reflect the energy you're holding, so you adjust your energy, not to manipulate reality, but to match the version of it you actually want to live in. This is the secret of the most aligned people you know. They don't wait for the mirror to change first. They change what's being projected. They work at the level of self-image, emotional tone, and energetic signature. They don't ask for the world to give them something new. They become someone new, and the world follows. You've felt this. On the days you felt clear and grounded, everything seemed to respond with ease. On the days you were anxious and chaotic, the world echoed that too. It's not a coincidence. It's a code. And when you master that code, you stop being surprised by what shows up, because you're no longer reacting to the mirror. You're leading it. So the next time life reflects something painful, unwanted, or repetitive, don't resist it. Read it. Use it. Then shift your signal. Hold a new frequency long enough, and the mirror won't have a choice. It will echo you back, not as you were, but as you've chosen to become. And the reflection will finally match the version of you that led the way. Success isn't supposed to feel like a grind. You weren't designed to suffer your way into alignment. Yet most people have been taught that if it doesn't hurt, it isn't real. If you didn't bleed for it, it doesn't count. And so they equate exhaustion with achievement and force with value. But the truth is far simpler and more radical. Force doesn't create true success. Frequency does. And once you understand that, you stop chasing results and start becoming the signal that naturally attracts them. Effort has its place. It moves the physical, but frequency moves the field. The quantum doesn't respond to how hard you work. It responds to how aligned you are. You can grind for months and still feel stuck if your energy is off. You can do less and receive more if your field is clean, coherent, and calibrated to the version of you who already has what you want. Force says, "I don't trust it will come unless I control every step." Frequency says, "It's already mine, and I move accordingly." One pushes, one pulls, one exhausts, one magnetizes. And while both may get results, only one gets them with ease, sustainability, and flow. You've experienced this. The job that landed when you stopped obsessing. The relationship that unfolded when you let go. The breakthrough that arrived when you stopped trying so hard. These weren't coincidences. They were the natural outcome of shifting from force to frequency, from doing to being. The reason force fails in the long term is because it operates from separation. It assumes that the thing you want is far away and you must work tirelessly to reach it. But frequency operates from wholeness. It collapses that distance. When your internal state matches the reality you're calling in, there's nothing left to chase. There's only alignment. And alignment is what creates momentum that doesn't require burnout. Success that flows comes from embodiment, not effort. When you are the version of yourself who already lives in the outcome, the actions you take aren't about proving anything. They're simply expressions of what's already true. That's the difference. You're not forcing the world to see you. You're showing up as someone who already sees themselves, and the world adjusts accordingly. The shift happens when you stop measuring success by how hard it feels and start measuring it by how aligned it feels. If you're constantly drained, constantly fighting for progress, it's not a sign to push harder. It's a sign to pause, recalibrate, and return to your center. You were never meant to hustle your way into the life you want. You were meant to tune into it, emotionally, energetically, internally, and let that frequency guide the action. Because once the signal is clear, success isn't something you chase. It's something you receive, naturally, repeatedly, effortlessly, not because you worked harder, but because you finally stopped working against yourself. You've been told that if you want to be undeniable, you need to do more effort, more visibility, more grinding. But the truth is, the most magnetic people aren't the ones doing the most. They're the ones being the most. They've activated a frequency so clear, so stable, so aligned, that they can't be ignored. Not because they're louder, but because they're more anchored. Becoming undeniable has nothing to do with how much you do, and everything to do with who you've chosen to be. Most people confuse movement with power. They believe that success is a game of quantity, more content, more outreach, more hours. And while effort can create results, it rarely creates resonance. Resonance comes from energy, from identity, from the internal shift that says, "This is who I am now," with so much clarity that reality has no choice but to reflect it. You become undeniable not by stacking effort, but by eliminating contradiction. When your energy, your beliefs, your identity, and your choices are all aligned, you create coherence. And coherence is magnetic. It's not about proving anything to anyone. It's about becoming someone so aligned with their truth that the world feels it, without you needing to say a word. Think about the people who move you, the ones who hold attention when they walk into a room. It's not what they do, it's how they be. Their presence carries weight. Their energy communicates before their mouth does. That's not charisma, that's embodiment. That's what happens when you stop chasing the outcome and start becoming the person who naturally receives it. Undeniability doesn't require a bigger to-do list. It requires a deeper commitment to your own frequency. You stop diluting your signal with doubt. You stop switching identities based on who's watching. You stop adjusting your truth to fit the room. Instead, you become the room, the anchor, the signal that others tune to. This doesn't mean you don't act. It means every action you take is intentional, precise, rooted in your chosen identity, not in insecurity. You don't throw energy in every direction hoping something lands. You channel your energy like a beam, focused, calm, powerful, and because your field is stable, your results become inevitable. You've likely already touched this version of yourself. The moment you walked into an interview and didn't try to impress, just owned who you were. The time you spoke your truth without softening it, and everyone leaned in. That wasn't a performance. That was your essence, undistorted. So if you want to become undeniable, stop looking for the next thing to do. Ask instead, What would the version of me who's already undeniable stop apologizing for? Then become that. Fully, quietly, consistently. Not because you're trying to be seen, but because you've remembered that being seen is the byproduct of being real. Undeniability doesn't come from more effort. It comes from less resistance to who you already are. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care. It doesn't mean you stop dreaming, wanting, or feeling. True detachment is not emotional indifference, it's energetic clarity. It's the ability to hold a vision, speak a desire, and move toward a timeline without gripping it. This is the essence of quantum boundaries. You're not pushing people or outcomes away. You're simply choosing not to collapse your frequency when things don't unfold the way your mind expected. Most people confuse detachment with apathy. They think letting go means giving up, so they either cling tightly or disengage completely. But neither of those states are aligned. Clinging is resistance. Indifference is disconnection. Quantum boundaries live in the middle, the space where you can fully desire something but not need it to feel whole. You can be clear about what you want, but you're not shaken if it takes longer, looks different, or exits your field, because you're no longer attached to the form, only to the frequency. When you operate from this space, your power amplifies. You're no longer ruled by reactions. You don't spiral when the message isn't returned. You don't chase when the opportunity delays. You hold your signal. You stay grounded in your chosen identity. And life begins to respond to that stability because you've stopped sending mixed signals to the field. Detachment is not a passive state. It's one of the most active disciplines in quantum creation. It takes strength to say, I still want this, but I won't contract without it. That's what separates creators from reactors. A creator knows how to stay open without leaking energy. They know how to let go without losing alignment. They know how to be in full desire while still being in full peace. Quantum boundaries protect your frequency, not from others, but from your old self, your habits of reaching, needing, fixing, proving. They remind you that your reality is not dictated by external movement. It's shaped by internal mastery. And mastery means staying in your vibration even when the results take their time. You felt the difference. The moment you stopped checking the clock. The day you stopped texting first, not out of spite, but from sovereignty. The launch you released without obsessing, and then watched it exceed every expectation. That wasn't magic. That was quantum detachment. That was your boundary saying, I trust what's aligned will stay, and what leaves was never meant to hold my frequency. This isn't about becoming cold. It's about becoming clear. It's about knowing your worth so deeply that you no longer beg reality to validate it. You still love, you still want, you still dream, but you stop bleeding energy into outcomes. And from that place of relaxed precision, things move, fast, not because you chased them, but because you gave them space to land. Detachment isn't the end of connection. It's the beginning of creation without control, boundaried, magnetic, free. There's a frequency that can't be faked. It doesn't need convincing, explanation, or applause. It moves quietly, but powerfully. It doesn't chase. It doesn't flinch. It just is. This is the vibration of unshakable truth, the energy of someone who is fully aligned with who they are, what they stand for, and what they've chosen to become. And when you carry that energy, the universe doesn't hesitate. It responds. Most people live on shaky ground. They say one thing, feel another, and act from a third. Their energy is split. Their truth is conditional. They're confident until questioned, clear until someone disagrees, certain until the results don't show up. and in that instability, their frequency becomes hard to read. The quantum field mirrors that back with mixed signals, delays, or static, not as punishment, but as precision, because the field doesn't reflect what you hope is true. It reflects what you know is true. Unshakable truth isn't loud. It's not performance. It's the quiet calm of someone who's done negotiating with doubt, someone who doesn't need external permission to be who they already are. When you hold this vibration, your energy speaks before you do. It communicates certainty. It commands coherence, and the world begins to reorganize, not because you demanded it, but because your presence left no room for contradiction. This isn't about stubbornness, it's about alignment. When you're in unshakable truth, you don't need to resist. You don't argue. You don't explain yourself endlessly. You simply radiate a knowing so clear that resistance dissolves on its own. People either rise to meet it or fall away. Either way, you stay grounded. You've felt this before. The moment you spoke from your core and didn't care who agreed. The decision you made with zero hesitation, even if it made no sense on paper. The time you said no more and everything changed. That was your unshakable truth vibrating through the field, louder than any words ever could. To live in that vibration, you must stop outsourcing your truth to outcomes. You don't wait for results to feel secure. You don't need success to validate your alignment. You decide what's real for you, and you live from it, unapologetically. That decision becomes your anchor, and from that anchor, all creation flows. The more you embody this energy, the less life tests you, because it no longer needs to. You've stabilized. You've chosen. You're no longer sending mixed signals, and the universe, always listening, begins to reflect the consistency you've become. Unshakable truth doesn't mean you have all the answers. It means you no longer question your being. It's not about what you know intellectually. It's about what you embody energetically. And when that energy becomes your default, reality shifts, not because you asked it to, but because it had to. This is the vibration of someone who isn't waiting to be chosen. They already are, and the world responds accordingly, instantly, unmistakably, unshakably. Synchronicity isn't random. It's not luck. It's not the universe playing games with your day. It's feedback. Clean, intelligent, precise. It's the external world mirroring your internal alignment, letting you know that something in your frequency just clicked into place. When you understand this, synchronicities stop feeling like coincidences and start feeling like conversations. The field is always talking. The question is, are you listening? Most people treat synchronicities like magic. They notice repeating numbers, chance meetings, perfectly timed events, and wonder what they mean. But the truth is, they don't mean anything unless you assign them meaning. Synchronicity is not a sign of something about to happen. It's a signal of something that's already happening. It tells you that your internal state has reached a level of coherence so strong that the outside world has begun to reflect it. Alignment always precedes synchronicity. When your thoughts, emotions, and identity line up, when your energy becomes consistent and clean, the field responds with flow. Things show up. People arrive. The right opportunity lands without force, not because you chase them, but because you became someone who naturally receives them. You've experienced this. You think of someone and they call. You set an intention and something relevant appears within hours. That's not random. That's resonance. The frequency you're holding has become strong enough to ripple outward and return in visible, tangible form. That ripple is synchronicity. But here's where most people miss it. They see the synchronicity get excited, and then start looking for more. And in doing so, they shift out of alignment and back into lack. The field stops responding, not because you did something wrong, but because the coherence was interrupted. The signal was no longer pure. To stay in alignment, you must let synchronicity be what it is, a feedback loop. It's not there to prove anything. It's not validation you need. It's confirmation that you're already on the frequency. So when it shows up, you don't chase it. You deepen into it. You say, "Of course." You smile. You breathe. And you let it pass like a breeze, knowing more is coming, not because you asked, but because you matched. This feedback loop becomes more precise the more anchored you are in your identity. When you truly know who you are and what you've chosen, the field doesn't need to speak in riddles. It speaks clearly, quickly, and the synchronicities become so normal, so regular, that you stop calling them signs. You start calling them alignment. That's the shift. From hoping for clues to knowing the signal. From questioning the path to reading the pattern. The more neutral your energy, the more clearly you'll see the synchronicities. They don't mean you're on the way. They mean you're already there. So let them come. Let them echo. Let them remind you that the world is not separate from you. It's the mirror, and it always reflects the frequency you're bold enough to hold. Reality is always talking. It's giving you feedback in every moment, through every situation, every delay, every conversation, every result. Most people don't hear it, not because it's not there, but because they're not listening through the right lens. They're interpreting life as happening to them instead of reflecting them. But once you understand the mirror, you realize something powerful. Your current reality is a report, a readout, a calibration tool, and if you know how to audit it, you can change it instantly. This is the reality feedback audit, the practice of reading your life as data, not judgment. Most people experience contrast and call it failure. They hit resistance and assume something's wrong. But resistance is not punishment. It's precision. If you've been aligned with a certain frequency and life still hasn't shifted, the field is giving you information, not to frustrate you, but to refine you. It's showing you exactly what part of your energy is still unclear, still conditional, still unconsciously attached to the old identity. When you look at your life as feedback instead of fact, everything becomes malleable. You stop reacting to what's showing up and start reading it. If a pattern keeps repeating, it's not the universe testing you. It's a signal that something in your vibration is still broadcasting that pattern as normal. If people keep treating you a certain way, it's not personal, it's vibrational. The way they interact with you is a direct echo of how you've been treating yourself on an energetic level. Calibrating your creation means getting brutally honest with the signal you've been sending. Not what you want to be sending, but what you actually are. What's your dominant emotional state? What identity are you living from most consistently? What stories do you keep telling yourself, even in silence? Your reality is the printout of those answers. It's not random. It's a direct match. To shift the reflection, you don't need to control the outer world. You just need to shift the inner frequency. But you can't shift what you don't see. That's why the audit matters. It's not about self-blame. It's about self-awareness. When something triggers you, ask, what is this showing me about what I've been believing? When something flows effortlessly, ask, what was I embodying that made this feel inevitable? These questions turn your life into a map, not a mystery. You've likely already calibrated many times without knowing it. You changed your self-concept and a relationship transformed. You released an old belief and money flowed in. That wasn't magic. That was alignment. That was reality responding to a cleaner signal. So don't judge your life. Read it. Audit it. Let it teach you where you still hesitate and where you already know. Because reality doesn't lie. It doesn't punish. It reports. And when you learn how to read the report, you learn how to rewrite the code. Not by force, but by frequency, with clarity, with intention, with power. Most people create from a place of need. They want the money because they feel broke. They want love because they feel alone. They want clarity because they feel lost. And while there's nothing wrong with wanting more, the energy behind the wanting shapes what comes next. When you create from need, you reinforce the very state you're trying to escape. The signal you send is, "This is missing," and the field, precise and obedient, mirrors that frequency back. More waiting, more lack, more of what you don't want. But when you create from vision, everything shifts. Vision doesn't come from lack. It comes from alignment. It's not about escaping your current life. It's about expressing the next version of yourself. It's not a reaction. It's a revelation. When you create from vision, you're not saying, "I need this to feel better." You're saying, "This is who I already am, and this is how it wants to be expressed." The energy behind the creation is everything. Need contracts. Vision expands. Need creates pressure. Vision creates momentum. One keeps you chasing. The other calls things to you effortlessly. And the universe isn't responding to your desire. It's responding to your state. So when your state is need, your signal is resistance. But when your state is vision, your signal is embodiment. Creating from vision means stepping into the version of you who doesn't need the outcome to feel complete. They feel whole now, powerful now, ready now, not because they've received the thing, but because they've become the version of themselves who naturally receives it. That's the shift, from needing something to happen to expressing what's already alive within you. You've likely felt both states before. The days you acted out of desperation, how the results felt forced or scattered, and the days you moved from inspiration, from vision, how everything seemed to unfold with ease. That wasn't coincidence. That was the field responding to the difference in your signal. Need whispers, "I hope this works." Vision declares, "This is what's next." And when you embody the latter, life reorganizes itself around your certainty, not because you manipulated it, but because you met it with the energy it could finally respond to. To create from vision, ask, what would I build if I wasn't afraid? What would I express if I already felt whole? That's where your true signal lives, not in trying to fix your life, but in allowing a higher version of you to lead it. Vision is rooted in knowing, in resonance, in trust. The most powerful manifestations don't come from need. They come from identity. They don't arise from craving. They rise from clarity. So step into your vision. Let it pull you forward. Let it replace your desperation with direction. Because when you stop creating from lack and start creating from alignment, you stop chasing results and start becoming the reason they show up. Manifestation isn't something you do once in a while. It's not reserved for vision boards, full moons, or moments of crisis. It's happening all the time, consciously or unconsciously. Every thought, every emotion, every assumption is sending a signal into the field. Most people don't realize this. They treat manifestation like a tool to use when they want something specific, instead of understanding that it's the very structure through which reality is shaped. The truth is, you're already manifesting. The only question is, are you doing it by design or by default? When manifestation becomes your default mode of operation, you stop waiting for special moments to align. You live aligned. You move through the world as someone who knows their energy is always creating, whether they're aware of it or not. It's no longer about getting into alignment. It's about staying there, not as a task, but as a lifestyle. Most people live by reaction. They shift their energy based on what shows up. If life feels good, they're magnetic. If it feels heavy, they collapse. Their vibration rises and falls depending on the external. But creators live the other way around. They generate their state first. They hold the tone and let the world catch up. To make manifestation your default, you must begin by owning that you are always in the process of creation. Your current reality is the echo of your past signal. So you stop blaming circumstances. You stop judging results. You start treating everything as feedback, not failure. You adjust your signal, not your surroundings. And you do it consistently. That consistency is what turns intention into identity. You're no longer just setting goals. You're becoming the version of you who expects results to match your vibration. You're not forcing outcomes. You're aligning so deeply that the outcomes begin to feel inevitable. Because your inner world no longer fluctuates with outer conditions. You've touched this before. The days when you didn't try, but everything flowed. The times when you simply knew something would happen, and it did. That wasn't luck. That was your default state aligning, before doubt, before overthinking, before you interrupted the process. This doesn't mean perfection. It means presence, awareness, owning your role as the transmitter at all times. You take responsibility for the energy you walk in, the frequency you speak from, and the assumptions you live inside. And when misalignment shows up, you recalibrate, not out of panic, but out of precision. Manifestation as a default isn't about trying harder. It's about becoming unavailable for anything that contradicts your chosen reality. You don't chase, you don't explain. You live in the knowing that life is always mirroring you. And when that knowing becomes normal, when alignment becomes your baseline, manifestation stops being a practice. It becomes who you are, effortlessly, consistently, naturally, because you finally remembered you were never waiting for the magic. You were it all along. In the beginning, no one sees it. Not because it isn't there, but because it doesn't match their current lens. When you step into the energy of a creator, when you begin to hold yourself differently, speak from a deeper knowing, and move as if your reality is already aligned, the world doesn't always applaud. Often it questions. Sometimes it resists. Because people don't recognize creators at first. You've shifted, but they're still relating to the version of you they remember. The one who doubted, the one who delayed, the one who played small. But you didn't shift for recognition. You shifted for resonance. You didn't rise to be seen. You rose because it was time. And in the early stages of embodiment, you must learn to walk through the silence, to hold your frequency without needing anyone to mirror it back yet, because recognition always lags behind vibration. When you start living as the version of you who already has it, reality begins to rearrange, quietly, slowly, then suddenly. But people see in patterns. They see you through the lens of how you've been, not how you're becoming. So they might question your calm. They might not understand your decisions. They might even distance themselves, not because you're wrong, but because your new frequency is no longer familiar. That's when many people falter. They retreat. They shrink to become legible again, to make others comfortable, to not feel alone in their expansion. But creators don't shrink for validation. They lead from alignment. They allow others to catch up in their own time while remaining anchored in who they've chosen to become. Eventually, the field catches up. Reality reflects the shift. The outcomes land. The evidence becomes undeniable. And suddenly, those who couldn't see it before now act as if it was always obvious. But it wasn't. You made it obvious, by being it long enough that the world had no choice but to recognize it. People don't recognize creators until the external proof matches the internal power. But creators don't wait for recognition to stay aligned. They don't need applause to remain magnetic. They walk in the quiet, knowing that their frequency will do the talking. And when it does, it speaks volumes. You've likely felt this already. A moment where you stood in your truth and no one understood. A time when your growth made others uncomfortable. And yet, something inside you stayed steady. That steadiness was the signal. And that signal was already building the new timeline, even if no one else could see it yet. So if people don't recognize your power, your vision, your transformation, don't let that pull you out of alignment. Let it deepen your embodiment, because the more fully you become the creator, the more undeniable you become. And when the reflection finally arrives, you won't be surprised. You'll just smile, because you knew who you were before they ever did. There comes a point on the journey where the effort ends, not because you stop creating, but because you've become the creation. You no longer reach for the vision. You are the vision. There's nothing left to prove, nothing to chase, nothing to wait for. You've stabilized in your frequency so fully that reality doesn't test you anymore. It reflects you. This is the final integration. The moment when all of life begins to bow, not to your force, but to your frequency. At this stage, alignment is no longer a practice, it's your presence. You don't wake up wondering how to get back into the right state. You are the state. You carry it. You radiate it. The identity you used to try on like a costume is now your second skin. There's no gap between what you feel and what you receive. Life has become a direct, instant mirror because your signal has become unwavering. You no longer manifest in bursts. You live in sustained magnetism. What once took effort now unfolds with grace. People move differently around you. Opportunities arrive without you having to ask. Your reality stops resisting because there's nothing in you left to resist. You're no longer split between who you are and who you're becoming. You've become whole. The final integration isn't loud. It doesn't come with fireworks or applause. It comes in quiet, steady confirmation. The kind that shows up in the details, in the ease of conversations, in the timing of events, in the way your body relaxes, even in uncertainty. You stop bracing. You stop checking. You stop wondering if it's working. You know it is, because you are it. And what's wild is that nothing external has changed that much. Not at first. But because you have changed, the entire world begins to reorganize. People say things like, "There's something different about you." They feel it, even if they can't name it. That something is your integrated field. You've stopped trying to be aligned, and now you simply are. And the world bows to that. It bows not in submission, but in response. It meets your frequency with opportunities that match it, with people who mirror it, with timelines that honor it. You don't force this harmony. You've become the tuning fork, and life tunes to you. This is what you've been building toward, not just manifestation, but embodiment. Not just a moment of magic, but a lifetime of coherence. You no longer worry about how things will happen. You trust that they must, because the law of resonance cannot be broken. Not when your frequency is this clear, not when your identity is this rooted. And so you walk through life differently, not with arrogance, but with ease, with stillness, with the quiet power of someone who no longer waits to be chosen, because they are the chosen one, chosen by self, chosen by frequency, chosen by the life that now rises to meet them again and again. Not because they demanded it, but because they finally became the match. You don't do the creator code, you become it. It's not a method you turn to when things fall apart, or a practice you pick up when you need a breakthrough. It's not a morning routine, a journaling habit, or a manifestation trick. Those can all support you, but the code itself, it's deeper. It's not something you apply, it's something you embody. The creator code is an identity, and once you choose it, everything in your life begins to bend to match it. Most people treat their power like a switch. They turn it on in moments of clarity and off when doubt creeps in. They align for a few hours, then collapse into the old self the second something goes wrong. And so their reality reflects that inconsistency, a mix of desire and hesitation, potential and panic. But the creator doesn't operate from fluctuation. The creator lives from foundation, an unwavering decision about who they are, regardless of what shows up. When you live from identity, you don't ask if it's working. You don't wait for proof. You don't shift based on conditions. You hold. You lead. You are. And the field responds to that solidity with results that feel inevitable. Not because you micromanaged the path, but because your identity was clear. The creator code isn't about control, it's about coherence. When your thoughts, emotions, actions, and embodiment all say the same thing, I am the one who creates this reality, there's no space left for contradiction. That's when manifestation becomes natural. That's when timelines collapse. That's when what used to take months now takes days. Because your frequency is no longer asking for permission. It's transmitting authority. You felt this before. The moment you stopped performing and just decided. The day you dropped into a knowing so deep, no doubt could shake it. That's identity. That's what the creator code points you toward. Not a perfect process, but a powerful posture. You're not here to try harder. You're here to become louder in your energy, more grounded in your truth, more unavailable for the narratives that belong to a smaller you. This is the shift from occasional alignment to permanent embodiment. It's not a part-time vibration. It's who you are when you walk into the room, when you write, when you speak, when you move. You are no longer practicing, you are living it. And when the world sees that, it doesn't need convincing. It follows your lead. So stop asking what to do next. Start asking who to be next. Because the creator code is not a checklist. It's a frequency, a decision, a self-image that speaks to the field louder than any technique ever could. And when you wear it like skin, not to perform, but because it's the truth, you stop chasing outcomes. You start becoming the force that makes outcomes chase you. Always, instantly, unapologetically. Struggle feels noble. It feels earned. For most of your life, you were taught that struggle is the price of success, the path to transformation, the badge of honor for those who want it enough. And so, you wore it like a uniform. You equated suffering with worth. You believed the harder it was, the more real it must be. But here's the truth. Struggle is not sacred. It's familiar, and its time is over. Because the end of struggle isn't the end of growth. It's the beginning of sovereignty. Sovereignty is the state of remembering that you are the source, not the beggar, not the seeker, not the one waiting to be rescued. It's not about control, it's about command. It's the inner shift from pushing against life to aligning with it, where you no longer chase peace, you embody it. You no longer try to deserve your desires, you own them. You stop outsourcing your power to circumstances, people, or the illusion of timing, and instead ground into the knowing that reality bends to your frequency, not your suffering. Most people live in struggle because struggle gives them identity. It keeps them busy. It gives them something to fight. But that fight becomes a cycle. One where even when things start to work, there's a quiet panic. Can I keep this? Did I earn this? What if it all disappears? Because when you're addicted to struggle, ease feels unfamiliar. And what feels unfamiliar gets rejected, no matter how aligned it might be. The birth of sovereignty begins when you realize you no longer need to earn your freedom through pain. You no longer need to prove your value through exhaustion. You begin to move through life from stillness instead of urgency, clarity instead of chaos. You take action, but not from lack. You receive, but not from guilt. You lead, but not from performance. And in that shift, everything changes, not because life got easier, but because you stopped resisting ease. Sovereignty doesn't mean every moment is perfect. It means every moment is yours. You are the authority of your experience, the architect of your vibration, the gatekeeper of your energy. You decide what's allowed to stay, what's allowed to shape you, what version of you gets to walk into the day. And when struggle ends, truly ends, not just in behavior, but in belief, there's a spaciousness that opens, a silence, a calm certainty. This is where power begins, quiet, rooted, undeniable. The kind of power that doesn't fight for a seat at the table. It becomes the table. You didn't come here to prove yourself through suffering. You came here to remember yourself through sovereignty. You came here to create, to lead, to hold a frequency so coherent that the world can't help but respond. The end of struggle isn't a retreat. It's a return to the place where power was never something you had to chase. It was always something you were meant to remember. And now you have.